We are live on the air. Saturday Night Live. I started doing episodes. This is episode 20 at my best guess. So, and the rookie move. I got the rookie move. I had to mute my YouTube. Look at that. So, hello everybody. Saturday night. Reef Girl's here with me. I think she's hooking up a microphone. Oh, now she's not here with me. Okay. She was for a moment. I present my tank, how horrible it looks with actinics. I went downstairs and the lights were out, so nothing's happy. Hello, Lisa, AZ Reefer. What's up, Carlos, K-Town? Yes, Cindy's not here now. I don't know what happened. I just hope it wasn't me. There's a link if anybody wants to pop in. Really no subject tonight. I put out a little video on my fluconazole at 2 weeks, or my Reef Flux, and I think it's working. If you're interested in that whole process, I've been on Instagram loading pictures of it, and I've also been doing about a weekly update, I guess. I think I did a 5-day, and today was like a 14-day. So if you're interested in doing it, it's there. Hello.
Sorry, I'm back. My Wi-Fi dropped.
Yeah, you were getting all robot-y.
Yeah, I love this new phone, but I hate this new phone at the same time.
No, don't talk to me about phones. It's been a week of phone customer service with two different companies, and yeah, I hate everybody. But I love my new Samsung phone, I gotta say.
Well, that's good.
Except for the person who used to have my number, used to have an iPhone at some point. So every time I text somebody with an iPhone, their iPhone thought I had an iPhone, so it used, iMessage, and sent me back a message. But I never got it because I don't have an iPhone. So it was really fun. You have to call. It's fun calling Apple tech support when you don't have an Apple product and asking them to fix something for you.
Yeah, because you don't have the proper credentials.
Right. I didn't spend the Apple money. But they were very helpful. I will give them that. And actually, it was Reefing with O that figured it out. And he was the one who was saying it's actually saying that it's delivered, so it's going somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm not an Apple person, but apparently you guys can use an app and get text on your laptop as well. Maybe that's through your whatever you have instead of a Play Store that runs everything. iTunes, maybe?
Yeah.
So even though they didn't have the phone number anymore, the phone number was still linked to some account that they could still use.
Wow.
So anybody who replied to my text message, some stranger was getting it. So I hope everybody behaved.
So many things to figure out. There's so many options and gadgets, and
I know.
Yeah. Gone are the days of the simple silver flip phone with a blue backlight that was so cool. Well, it took you 20 minutes to compose a text message because you had to use the keypad.
T9, baby. I was good at T9. I could text in my pocket without even looking at it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I got my headset out, but it has a 3.5 millimeter jack. So now I got to go find the stupid frickin' lightning adapter, which I believe is on my camera microphone. So I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Well, your audio and everything sounds fine, but do what you got to do. You miss your Nokia? I miss my Moto Razr. That was my favorite phone, I think. That thing was slick. And I actually had an issue with that because I bought one of those pouches that goes on your belt that holds the Moto Razr. And it had a magnetic flap on it. So in other words, the magnets held the little flap shut. So if somebody called me and I opened the flaps, the magnet made the phone think that it was opened. And then when I opened it, it would hang up on them. So whoever made the little flap thing wasn't thinking about how a razor worked. It's crazy, right? So what's everybody else doing tonight? I hope everybody's tanks are doing good. Mine are. I even got my little nanocube cycling. Got a couple of pieces of rock in there from the other system. I got the whole back stuffed with rubble rock and pond matrix and stuff like that. That was all cycled. But I'm still going to do a little no lights for a little while. I'm going to ghost feed it. I've been dosing bacteria. I could just, I have rocks and everything, but the sand and the glass are going to get diatoms, and I don't want to turn that into hair algae. So I'm going to let it, lights out and cycle out properly. Let everything get that biofilm on it. Moto StarTAC, love that phone. Simple. Yeah. It's funny. I remember being excited about a, it's StarTAC. I can't remember the name of it now. This beeper came out, and it had a display, and it actually could give you the news and all kinds of crazy stuff. Just before I started talking about it, I remembered what it was called, and then it left me. But that was a cool beeper. You could get email on it. Thanks for the Bitly, Lisa. Easy Reefin's working on a dosing pump. That's cool. Which one are you using? If you're not too busy to answer. No problem. And a little smiley face. That's cool. I didn't think it'd be a problem, but I appreciate it. So you guys are going to let me sit here solo. That's rude.
I can show you the new Molly tank if you like.
Oh, I would love some help because you know what? I think I'm failing here. I've only got 6 thumbs up.
Uh-oh. Now, hopefully the Wi-Fi is not going to drop again.
Okay, let me get over to Hangouts and present you. As soon as I see your camera come on, I'll present you.
All right, turn some lights on.
Hey, Nate came in to help out too. Thanks, Nate.
No problem. You didn't think it'd be a problem.
Yeah. No problem is one of my pet peeves. I mean, I like when you guys say it, but I hate when I'm at a store and like the checker says it. You say, "Oh, thank you," and they're like, "No problem." I was like, "Yeah, it's your freaking job, all right?"
Right.
It shouldn't be a problem. It's your job.
Yeah. When they say no problem, you should just turn around and be like, "You better not be."
Yeah, that's what you want to say, but you gotta choose your battles these days.
Right.
What we got going on here? They all ran away.
This is Mollywood.
Mollywood.
Yep. It's an innovative Marine 40 Nouveau Fusion Mini. They named it, not me. The 40 Nouveau Fusion Mini. I just moved a couple corals in here. Softies. There's the Xenia. And I moved George too because he was looking rough.
Okay, well, that's a good question then. How long has this had salt water in it? I know it's recent.
3.5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been through the nitrogen cycle.
Right.
But I left the lights off. There's no skimmer in here.
Gotcha.
And I haven't had any diatoms yet.
Okay. Sometimes you skip over them, but it's rare.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nutrient-wise, once I start feeding the mollies, that should start growing some algae and other stuff.
Yeah, and they'll mow it down unless it gets out of hand.
Yep. So there's the toadstool. Extremely pissed off. Shedding his outer cuticle, I guess. And here's a little Nepthia that I've barely kept alive for quite a while.
Wow, the mollies are so still. I barely, like they surprised me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, those are 2 fish.
Yep. I was only able to catch 4. They caught on to the feeding on the top, flakes on the top of the tank real quick.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I only got 4. Yeah. And at the same time, I got 2 babies, but they're too small. I'm concerned they're going to get through the overflow teeth.
Oh, they do.
So I'm going to let them grow out probably for another 2 weeks, maybe. So they did okay. But they came from salt water, so.
Hey, Murph. You home, Murph, or you at work? He wouldn't be at work coming into a live stream. That would be wrong.
That's a CJ move.
Yeah.
Here's the other tank.
What's up?
What's up,
Pat.
Murph?
Hey, what's up, Pat?
The tank's looking good, Cindy.
Oh, thanks. I'm surprised at how the color looks. I don't have a filter on here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I had Fritz glasses sitting right here, but I brought them to the LFS the other day. Because the cool thing about the Fritz glasses is they work, like if you don't have a filter and I put them on and I'm watching your video, it filters it. It's
You're
crazy.
kidding. Wow.
Yeah, it's like, I can fix it. Just for me.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Not the same as, in person, but it does help. Let's just say.
So there's the hole where the toadstool was.
Yeah.
And I moved the gold chalice over.
Is that the one that had a baby too?
Yeah,
The
there's
toadstool?
the baby. Lisa, there's the baby. It's got your name on it.
Lisa, get your lights up.
Can't really see it very well. I have to remove the elastic band because I think it's attached now.
Yeah. So how close are you and Lisa? Distance-wise?
She's about maybe, I don't know, 20 kilometers away, 15 miles maybe, 10, 15 miles.
Well, that's not
she
bad.
she lives north of me a little bit.
So you guys can meet somewhere. That's not a big deal.
Yep, that's the plan.
Go to lunch, little frag swap.
Yep. Once I know the toadstool's attached and isn't going to go walkabout.
Yeah.
Maybe when it finally does its shedding and I know that the polyps are going to come out and, it's not going to go into another tank and die because that would suck.
Yeah, I had that. I rubber banded a whole bunch to Rubble Rock and had an issue with dinoflagellants pop up and they just shrunk up and fell off. And some of them, the rubber band cut right through them and they just turned into goo in the back of the tank,
Ugh.
What we got on the frag rack? Meteor shower, maybe.
It's actually Hell's Gate.
Hell's Gate.
Hell's Gate and Party Crasher.
So you got cool stuff.
Those are for a project.
Okay.
Another arts and crafts project.
You're going to get them to encrust over something.
Yes, that's right. And then this is the Fox Flame Acro that I had to dip. It's got a white spot on it there in that crevice.
Right.
And I pulled off something ugly.
Yeah.
It seems to be recovering. It looked like a cross between a nudibranch and a flatworm. It was about 1/4 of an inch long and it was nestled right down in there. So I don't know what it was, but it's now gone.
My LFS took Meteor Shower Cyphastria and they put it on a Millennium Falcon model and a AT-AT model. Not a model, but they were like casted in the poly stuff that, is tank safe.
The resin, yeah.
Yeah, the resin. Poly resin. So they were almost fully encrusted at Reefapalooza. And somebody bought the AT-AT, but they still have the Millennium Falcon. You got to be a big geek to spend all that money on a Millennium Falcon covered in meteor shower cyphastria.
What were they asking?
I don't think it was like $250, $300.
Wow.
But they were large. You know, the Millennium was dinner plate size. So
yeah. Well, I got myself a couple of things to give it a try. So we'll see what happens with it.
Yep.
So yeah. So that's my project for the coming week, is to catch the rest of the fish. I'm probably going to try and put in maybe 3-4 at a time.
Yeah.
Twice a day, because I really don't want anything. I don't want a problem with the filter or with the biologicals, because I'm adding too many too fast.
Right.
Maybe
did you seed with any bacteria?
Yes, I used the Aqua Vitro seed.
Okay.
So that was once a day for a week, and then once a week after that. And it took about a week and a half to get any ammonia.
Right.
Then I finally had that, and within another week of that, I had nitrates of like 100. Yeah. So that's why I had to do pretty much 110% water change. They were about between 2 and 5 when I tested last night. So
yeah, I'm trying a new thing. I took like a fistful of Chaeto, and I know my Chaeto's full of life and bacteria, so I just stuffed that in the back, and I'm not lighting it. We're going to see what happens.
Yeah.
But I know I got pods now. I see pods running around in there. So just from the Chaeto.
Oh, is that right? Do you think it'll do all right with no light?
I think it'll melt away and put phosphates and nitrates in the tank and help the cycle.
Shortcut, yeah. Gotcha.
I'm just trying it, you know. I'm just going to throw softies in there, and it's things I have. So
yeah.
The idea is to get this tank settled, and then to just go boom, reef tank. You know what I mean? With all the other stuff I got. Yep. Nothing growing, just this rock's full of zoanthids. Boom.
Yep. Well, I think this little tank is going to be mostly softies. But if I need to rescue something like George there, I'll have a place to try and bring it back.
Right. I'm not confident that this light on this nanocube can run anything more than softies, maybe some A cans, you know, some easy LPS. I might even be able to get like a Montipora cap in there, but there's definitely not going to be an acro happening. I just don't feel confident in the LED light.
No, I got one of these cheapo Aquanite things, and it's quite a nice light, but it really does disco.
Yeah.
The lid helps reduce some of that. It acts kind of like a giant diffuser. But I really don't want the maintenance with this tank that I have with the other one. That's why I'm just going to do 10% water change every week, and hopefully that will keep things stable.
What's up, Click Clacks? Oh, and he said hi. He's saying hi to everybody, and he said the amazing reef girl.
Uh-oh. Now I got something to live up to.
That's it. And he's also your AI Prime guy if you had a question. I know you had one, but you don't have an AI Prime anymore, so.
No. Well, if someone gave me one, because to be quite honest, I do miss the ability to ramp up and down.
Right.
And this light, if you want to change the intensity, you do it manually.
Gotcha.
So, you know, and I have to shut it off. I've got my power set up down here, so it's on a switch.
Me and Billy Pipes call that an apex.
Yeah, that's right. I am the apex. I've said that for how long now? I am the apex.
If you have a power strip with more than one switch on it, it's an apex.
Apex light. Oh, the Pectinia's looking
apex
nice. Apex
ghetto.
Yeah. Look at that.
Click Clack said you need a Hydra 52. Well, what do you have on there? Do you have the Kessel AP7?
That's the AP700.
Right.
Plus
and then,
the Grow Light T5 cheapo hydroponic with Geisman Super Actinic.
Okay.
I just got the 2 T5s, and they're on right now for about 3 hours a day.
Okay.
Until I ramp them up.
How are the reflectors? Are they nice and shiny on the T5s?
They are. I don't know if I can show you.
And are they multi-facet, or are they just kind of bent twice? You know what I mean? Top, side, side.
Yep, top, side, side. That's all they are.
Yeah, that works good enough. But some of them really have a lot of facets in them, and it makes a difference, they say.
Yeah. Well, it's an experiment for me. I think the coral does respond to them.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a matter of getting them to the point where you get the maximum amount of value from them without going overboard,
Well, I found that with the Senai that most of the T5s I've looked at, Senai doesn't just have par, it also has your PER and your colors, and it does show a graph of what's good for a reef tank. And most of the T5s that are meant for a reef tank just are tuned in. It just works. You know what I mean? They have the right curve and the right colors.
Yeah.
So that's what I like about them. We call them, plug and play.
Yeah. Well, to look at the tank under the T5s, I really don't like the look of it.
Blase, blah, blah.
Oh,
no pop.
So flat.
Yeah. Well, my tank right now just has 2 cheap actinics on it. And that's because that's all I want to turn on, because the schedule's off. And I've been doing this on Saturday nights and leaving the actinics on. It's not much to look at, but, if nobody else comes in, at least I can throw a tank on. Show people my sticks.
Yep, so this is pretty exciting for me because when I first got into the hobby, the first tank I considered getting when I wanted to upgrade was an Innovative Marine, but one of the SR tanks, the SR 80, 60 or 80. Oh. And at the time, I could not even get a store to take my money up front to order me one here in Canada. It was ridiculous. And that's going back probably maybe 4 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So things have changed.
What's up? Flash can, click clack. I said, yeah. Tundra reefing. Where you at, K-Town? What are you doing? Eating dinner or something? Probably early over by him. I think it's only like 6:30.
I know what that noise was. That was my controller that fell off the side of the tank for my power head. I had it down here, and I was concerned about it staying there because it's vertical. And this is a brand new Jabo RW4 that I ordered, and I got sent a used SW4 that wasn't even clean.
Oh, great.
But the guy made it right. He sent me a new SW4 and told me to just keep that one. So I'm using it on this tank. So anyway, it already had the sticky pad on the back of the controller. So it wasn't a fresh one when I put it on there. So I had my doubts it was going to stay. And sure enough, it fell off.
Yeah. Hey, Miss Risa. Thank you very much. How are you, dear? Long time no see.
All right, well, if someone else wants to have a turn.
I don't know. You got Murph in here.
Yeah, I went to a frag swap today.
You got something you want to show us, Nate?
Actually, my lights are off. They just went off.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So how's the tank? You've got the CJ tank. Is it cycled? Is it running? Is it?
It's running and it's cycled, but I haven't put anything in it. I'm just letting the cycle go a little bit longer.
Okay.
Make sure that everything's good.
It's the time to put out videos if you wanted to. In CJ's absence, you can still have his tank.
Yeah. I might put out one video, but it's not going to be, I just don't want to sign myself up for it.
Yeah. No, I understand.
But yeah, I'll put out something. It'll be garbage, but I'll put out something.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be tough to beat Barney mowing the lawn.
Yeah. I might bring the dinosaur back. He's hard to fit in the basement. He's kind of big.
That was funny.
Wasn't it? That was great. If you're gonna only have one video on your channel, make it be that one.
Right.
BRS is starting BF deals. Picked up a Gyri 250 and Slave, as well as an RO Various 8 on big discount. Oh, that's cool. So they're doing Black Friday deals already. I think Marine Depot is as well. So everybody keep posting it. You know, Black Friday's coming up. This next week here is Thanksgiving, Black Friday. It's upon us.
It is here. I'm ready for some more pumpkin pie.
At least it's in season. Pumpkin pie. It's pumpkin everything. Season came in. Snow was a little early.
So how's the frag swap, Nate? Was it pretty cool or not much there?
Yeah, it was all right. It was better than I expected, actually. It was no big guys or nothing, just all small plate guys around the area.
That's where you get the deals.
A lot of basement guys, yeah, and the corals were cheap. You could get some really nice corals for cheap. But there were some choice corals that were pretty high dollar too.
Mm-hmm.
They varied wildly, and you could see the same coral at two different places. They'd be totally different prices.
Yeah,
I got some deals. I ended up getting 6 corals, and I was right at $100, and you wouldn't believe it. I just lucked out. I got a cornbread mummy's eye chalice that's really nice.
Yeah.
I got a little pink millipora that's really nice. Pastelopora. Frog spawn, a torch.
Wow, that's good stuff.
What kind of torch?
It's just a regular torch. It's nothing special.
Like green and white tips, or
yeah.
Well, damn it! I had 4 of those because you came got one.
Well, they had them there. It was $10. I was like, yeah, I'll pick one up.
You can't beat that.
Nothing's different on my tank of Wokens except the lighting. This is like extended lighting, and that's what the actinics look like through my phone with Fritz glasses on them. And some of the stuff's a little upset because I wanted to be asleep. I didn't mean to interrupt, Nate. So $100 for would you say 6 pieces?
Yeah.
That's nice pieces too. That's not like
they were pretty nice pieces. The most expensive one was the millipora. It was $25, but everything else was like $10, $20. It was nuts. I got 2 pieces for $10, or 10 each. It was $20 for both of them, and normally you just wouldn't find those for anything less for $30 a piece.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to coming down there and seeing some of you guys, but
yeah, I didn't stay that long. Once I started buying corals and getting my pockets full, I needed to get out of there with everything. I didn't stick around for the raffles, but they had like a gyre for raffle, an Apex EL, an RODI system, salt, bunch of other knick-knack stuff. They had a Orphic light.
So where was the swap?
It was at a church, but it was in the, I don't know, like the church's hall or whatever, like a little auditorium or whatever that you'd normally see them play basketball or whatever.
But was it in Louisville?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's something I would have liked to have went to. Glad you got some good stuff though.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys I knew from, they're local guys. They have shops locally, but I met a few guys who are like just basement guys,
Right.
and a few, people came from Tennessee and Ohio and Indiana, and um, they came from around the area to come there.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. Had a nice selection of candy.
Yeah. Yeah, Billy keeps telling me there's one in January. I might get my feet wet and try and bring some coral.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed is everyone's tank was really, really shallow. Like there was one that was about 5 inches. The others were like 6, 7 inches. They weren't very deep at all.
More display room, less water to bring.
Yep. Yep.
I like a little height because, you start selling corals, you start losing water.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, one guy had, it was like a frag tank, but it had like a sump built into it, and he kept refilling, that whenever he would sell a coral, he would dump some water in that to keep the water level right.
yeah.
But yeah, there was some nice tanks too.
Oh, yeah, Lisa, you did miss. You got to go back and watch Click Clacks. She's saying she was unsubbed, by YouTube unsubbed her from Click Clack. You got to go back and watch that video where he was rapping at the end. I thought that was brilliant. He did a good job.
Yeah, that was funny. So was there any anything besides standard torches there? Was there any like black?
Oh yeah, there was some black torches, some Aussie torches, some that were not for sale. They were just for show.
Damn it, man!
There was a chalice there that man, I wish I would have bought it, but I didn't. I didn't come prepared. It's one of those never seen anything like it before. But he wanted 200 for it, and I was like, yeah, it is that nice, but I didn't come ready for that.
So did you see CJ there?
Nah.
No, not no tank yet, but I thought maybe he'd be laying out some footwork,
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if I seen him.
What was it, like a cornbread like chalice or?
Yeah, cornbread mummy eye chalice, and it under the blue lights, it looked really, really yellow with like orange eyes.
Mm.
I mean, the one that was $200.
What's that?
The one that was 200.
Oh, dude, I paid 20 for it. You would not. I'll post pictures on Instagram. It's sweet.
Okay.
And this guy was a basement guy, and he's from Evansville,
Indiana.
Yep.
Really?
That's the best deals, those basement guys, because they're just growing stuff. Then they get a lot of it, and then they just want to, especially on a frag swap, and especially last day or towards the end of the day.
Yep. Well, that's what he said. He said, I don't want to take these girls home.
Yep. Just pay for your table, put some money in your pocket, and keep it moving.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was some of the tanks were kind of hard to get to because it was so crowded. There was quite a few people there.
Yeah.
But the way they did the raffles, it was kind of like throughout the day, a little here, a little there, and people weren't sticking around for some of them. So when it got to the end, and they got, it was people who stuck around to the end. They got the good stuff.
Mm. Oh, when they do it at Palooza, it's a nightmare almost. You like, I won something my first year. I just won a frag rack from Reef to Reef. It was nice and all,
Right.
but I almost didn't get it because I couldn't get up through the crowd of people to receive it. They were almost going to call it again.
Right.
It's just a cluster, a real cluster of people.
Yeah, it was you had to be present to win, which some people didn't like.
Were you surprised how many local people showed up? I mean, did they have a good?
Yeah, it was a good turnout. It was a lot. It was a full parking lot. I had a little trouble finding a place to park.
So were you surprised that many people were interested locally?
Well, yeah, kind of, because a lot of the people that are interested locally, they're real quiet. They're kind of like, I mean, myself, I kind of stick to myself, and don't really. I'm not a big socializer, but I do socialize. But none of them are in the know, I guess. They don't.
Right.
They don't know people I know, and I don't know people that they know.
Yeah.
But I was surprised that to see just your everyday Joe guy there with his kids and his I saw some kids that knew what they were talking about. They were pointing at different corals and naming them out and stuff, and I was like, "Hey, go guy!"
Oh yeah, yeah.
There was a little brother and sister that were looking at different zoanthids. They were zoanthid collectors.
Huh. That's cool. I saw this guy and his son were looking at coral, and the kid was 10, 12 years old, and I thought the dad was the one into it. And he's like, "Oh, what about this one?" The kid's like, "No, you can't have that one. It'll swing, it'll sweep and hit my other one." And I was like, "Okay, the kid's the genius here. I got it.
Right.
Dad's just the ride."
Yeah, that's how these guys were. It was the two kids, brother and sister, they're into it. And the parents, they were just brought them there.
The kid was spending money. That was great.
Dang, I just found a Canadian jaw dropper for $600 on the auction.
Whoa.
It's half price, man.
That's still too much for me. Too rich for my blood.
Yeah, for one piece. Yeah.
That's why I really like that fish, but he's a $400 fish, so I'm not getting him. He's crazy looking. He really is crazy looking. But I'll just go look at him there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep changing the price on the tank so nobody can buy them. I'll put instead of $3.99, I'll make it look like $13.99 so nobody buys them. So I can go visit them.
So you got the Ocean Revive mounted over top of that thing?
I have one of the Ocean Revives that I'm using on the frag tank right now, so I can all I have to do is just switch it over and hang it. But yeah, I got the lights on it. Everything's hooked up and running, and it's got rock in it. And I've not finalized my aquascape. I've moved it around several times, and I've been going seesawing back and forth whether or not I'm going to go bare bottom or sand, and who knows. I'm going to surprise myself.
It's weird seeing my coral banded shrimp out with the light on, but I guess it's nighttime for him. That's a big boy. What's up, K-Town?
Not much, you.
Not too much. Have a good dinner?
I did.
That's good. We like talking about food, too, so what'd you have?
Buttered chicken.
Buttered chicken?
Yeah.
I don't know if I know what buttered chicken... I mean, I know what butter is and I know what chicken is, but...
Buttered chicken, I think it's like an Indian dish, but...
oh, okay.
My wife makes it in her Instant Pot. It's delicious.
Yeah, that sounds like a Canadian dish to me.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Did you say Instapot?
Instant Pot, yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, my mother-in-law got one for her birthday in February. I finally showed her a YouTube video so she could use it last weekend.
Oh, really?
For the first time.
Yeah.
She was
That works.
afraid of it or something. I was like, don't be afraid of it, I'm sure. And then I found like a whole playlist on YouTube that had recipes and everything. So she sat there and watched it for like an hour, and then got up and made pot roast in it.
Yeah, it's because it's a pressure cooker, so she's...
Yeah, and she
afraid
used
of
the
pressure, yeah.
old-fashioned, like, Cuban
Yeah.
stovetop one with the
Yeah.
gasket and the little thing on the top.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
was like, you're afraid of this thing? That thing was a bomb.
Exactly. No comparison.
I made a pork roast in an Instant Pot last week. Yeah, it looks like a really cool thing,
Yeah, they are.
Hey, what's up, Meldium? How you been? So I tell you about my phone. It was funny because you were saying that did I get an iPhone? I got my new phone and I text Reefing with O. And I said, new phone, new number. It's Dave. And he's texting me back all this stuff. Because to him, on his side, it looked like I had an iPhone. Because it turned blue in Instant Messenger. And he was sending things.
It did?
Saying delivered. Yeah. So he's like, whoop, whoop, you finally got an iPhone and all this. So I called him and I was like, I forget what I had to ask him. And he's like, so you got an iPhone? Why aren't you doing my text, returning my text? I was like, I don't have an iPhone. I didn't get anything from you. So we actually figured it out that the number used to be an iPhone user.
Oh,
I had to get it unlocked from Apple.
okay.
I pain in the butt. And it's coming from last week's Boost Mobile experience where I left them. I was like, hell with it. I'm going to spend the money and go for a Verizon and get a Samsung. And I did that and still had a problem. I was like,
Yeah, you've been battling that with that thing since you got it. Or since you switched.
No, it was the final phone was the first. It was a new Samsung for Boost Mobile.
Yeah. That
didn't work. So then I just said hell with all of that. So, this is the second Samsung phone that didn't work. But the phone worked. And that's what they kept assuring me at Verizon. Well, I assure you, your phone's okay. We just have to figure out how to do this. So then told me to call Apple. They're real nice at Apple, for somebody who does. I never spent a dime on an Apple product, and they sat there and tried to help me.
And they on a non-Apple product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't the product; it was that they had the number locked up.
Yeah.
So now there's still an issue. So anybody who I texted my new number to that has an Apple, you may or may not be able to text me back yet until you power off and power on your device, and then it'll recognize that. It'll get like the update. It'll get the memo.
Yeah.
So I could have just got another number, but God forbid the other number is locked too,
Why did you switch your number?
I didn't want to even bring the number over. I was just so disgusted. My son came home from work and I said, add a line to your Verizon. It's like, what do you want? It's a Samsung 8. It doesn't have to be the best one. I know the 9's out, but let's not get crazy here, The 8's a great phone.
Yeah, 9's about the same thing. Its camera's in a little bit different location.
Right. And then, I get the new phone, so I'm scared to death that I'm going to break it. Fishy's like, I didn't even leave the house with mine until I had a case and a screen protector. So I went over to Five Below and just got a quick case just so I could, snap it on. And for $5, it's a case, and it's got this fold-out ring in the back that you slide your finger through. It's the greatest thing in the world. I mean, you hold your phone, and, you've got your finger slipped through that ring. You can work the phone with your thumb. You can't drop it. It also acts as a kickstand. It's no OtterBox. Trust me, for $5, but, I'm sure it'll help.
It'll absorb some of the impact. That's all that really matters. If you drop it.
Retro says the Polylab filters don't fit the S9.
Yeah, they do.
They do? Okay. That's it. He said he heard. You have an S9, Pat?
I tried it on my wife's that one time, remember?
Right. Unless maybe they have a Plus that's even bigger.
Yeah, it may not fit the Plus, but I know it does a standard 9. Well, it fits one of the cameras. There's 2 different cameras on the back of it, I think. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. It takes really nice video. And, everybody was saying when I did the little test drive, they're like, you didn't even unlock, like, you need to use pro mode and stuff like that. I was like, well, I'll get to it eventually, but.
Yeah.
That's before showing the test now. That's just a Wi-Fi phone. It's just a device. It's not a phone.
Yeah.
Lisa has an S8 and an iPhone. Boy, must be rich.
She is.
Yeah, I had like 2-3 phones lined up. I think last night when they were chatting, we were having our little chat. I was texting Billy. He's like, I thought you got rid of that phone. I was like, well, I'm on the new phone. I'd text you on the other phone. You're not rich, Lisa? All right.
I like doubling down with my iPad and my iPhone.
Oh, wow.
With the texting and the right now I'm watching the YouTube chat, but I've got the Hangout actually on my phone.
That's a little too fruity.
Yeah, I'm so invested in Apple that whenever I need a new phone, it's not even a thought of changing them to something different.
I'm thinking about. I've been Samsung all the way. I'm thinking about getting the Pixel phone though, because I heard it's amazing.
Oh, the Google? Yeah, the Google phone is crazy. I think they're up to a Pixel 3 now. I think it's. I considered it. I did, but I didn't want to be the first guy on the block to have it.
Yep.
Like I know the camera's incredible, but I just don't know about the phone. And it's learning a new thing.
Yeah. You're like the only kid with a Sega.
Right.
Hey, now.
What was the thing that Microsoft came out with instead of the iPod? Remember that thing? Apple had the iPod. Microsoft came out with some other one.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a hard drive. Zoom, maybe? I think my son had it.
Yeah.
Spent big bucks on this Zoom. I think there's even a Big Bang Theory show about it.
Anybody remember the BlackBerry Playbook?
BlackBerry.
Yep.
I remember a BlackBerry, but I don't remember.
The POS thing that is basically a paperweight.
I didn't like BlackBerry. I didn't like sending anybody a BM.
Yeah.
I thought that was rude.
I just heard they just invested like $2 billion or something. They bought some companies out, so they're starting to get big again. Just not doing what they were doing.
Yeah, they bought a company to basically for cybercrime to prevent hacking and stuff like that. That was always their focus, was the security. That's how they sold their devices, was how secure their system is. And
Right.
that's what they focused on, and now they bought this other company. It's crazy.
Well, our alarm panels, just recently, alarm panels got Ethernet connections. They used to communicate over phone lines through a 56K modem for loading them. And they're like,
oh my God.
Well, that was just for the programming of them. So, a central station, you could remotely program them. We used to program them on site, but still. So that was the guy's key. We were like, when are you guys going to update that? He says, that's the safest thing in the world. No hacker can slow down that slow to get in and, that's what one of your alarms.
That's so true.
Nobody's got a 56K modem laying around. It's like end of the world stuff.
Have you seen that program on TV, the new reality one about the tech hunters who look for old tech and try and repair it and then sell it?
No, it sounds interesting.
I have an old brick flip phone from 1995 you could have.
I got a PS2. I'm staring at it.
I got an original Sega that doesn't work anymore, but I still got it in the games.
Yeah.
I had a Sega too. Sega Genesis.
Yep.
No,
Played some Sonic the Hedgehog, didn't you?
I had the very first one. Sega. It's called Sega Master System.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to play Echo all the time. Echo the Dolphin.
I have the original Nintendo.
Yeah.
Still works.
Yeah, the Sega took a low card. It was the size of a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
It was a game on there, and I thought that was how everything was going to go because it was so portable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead, we got cartridges that you had to blow into.
Yeah. Try and clear the cartridges.
Yeah.
Now they have the new mini Nintendo that looks like the 8-bit one, and it's loaded with all the games. And it's about the size of a cartridge, the console. But it still has 2 joysticks coming out of it.
Yeah.
My niece was playing it maybe 2 Christmases ago. It was like a big deal. And then she was trying to figure out why me and her mom were kicking her butt at all those games. It's like, we played them games.
Yeah.
It's new to you, but put me on a Mario screen. You're beat.
I came across an old digital camera the other day. It was one of the very first Canon digital cameras. And I do believe the memory card is 86K.
64 probably.
Or 64K, or maybe it's 128K.
I remember the floppy. So.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, I had one of those too, and that was a great camera. It had awesome options that disappeared when the other digital camera came out with the little tiny cards.
Right. Yeah, I remember getting my camera, and it had I went to B&M in Manhattan and bought like a nice, was it a Canon? No, it was a Nokia. And it had not a Nokia, Nikon. That's what it was. And it had a really small card in it. And it came with a USB device and then a serial port connector. And the guy was telling me, it's like, oh, well, and my computer only had a serial port back then. It didn't even have a USB yet. He goes, oh, no, get USB. He goes, he was a Chinese guy. He was very funny. He goes, you download 2 pictures. You could read a book, go to McDonald's.
It's like the sound of the internet connecting from dial-up.
Yep. Yeah. And when you got connected, you were like, yes! I don't have to try again.
Oh, man. I did my taxes one year on dial-up at my mom's house, and I was like, forget this. It took me 6 hours to do TurboTax.
Yep.
You lose the will to live after a while.
Yeah. Somebody emailed me a game once, and it was like downloading all night. And it was the dumbest game in the world. Next morning I woke up, oh, the game's loaded up, and I think it was called Smiley Face, and it was just all these horrible things you could do to the smiley face. It was dumb. It wasn't really like a game. It was more of like an emoji or a GIF.
When I was a kid, I don't know, early teens, I got a computer. It was a Texas Instrument. And the only thing you could really do with it was, it came with this booklet of how to program a game. And you had to program it all in, and it was like a slot machine thing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It took me like 2 days to program it to hit some slots. And now my boys have Xbox Ones in their rooms with big screen TVs, and
If you're asking me if I leave the blue light on all night, no, I just run it for, I'll run it for another hour or 2. And I just do that on Saturday nights, just because I could show a tank. And I just realized that is a K-Town's tank that we could see.
Yeah.
Good update, by the way. I love the quality on your
That's the iPhone 10.
iPhone 10 is great. I think it's because I was watching it on a Samsung. I think
that's probably why.
Yeah. You know, you've probably been doing it all along, and my laptop just doesn't have that quality.
Yeah. The new phone really pops it.
Yeah, so I had a new phone on its kickstand while I was making some dinner.
Yeah. So fishy snowman had to shovel today? Is it snowing out there?
I didn't get any more snow, but maybe he was just cleaning up what was here. I think we're getting another dusting tomorrow. But who knows? He's in the Poconos.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I won't come in December.
It's no worse than by you, unless we get a nor'easter, and that's something you probably haven't experienced yet. The storm that comes off the ocean.
No, but you guys had 6 inches of snow the other day, and I didn't have nothing. So.
Yeah, did you even get the ice?
Yeah, a little bit.
Rico was talking about the ice. I wish I had ice. You just go back inside and wait.
We got the ice, and it knocked out electricity for about 20 hours, and I had to hook up the generator and run the tank on the generator for that duration.
Yeah. Where I live, even when we have bad storms and there's a lot of outages, I really don't get the outages here. So, knock on wood.
We've been here about 3 years, and this is the first outage we've had.
Right. Hey, what's up, Doc?
The nice thing about ice is no one expects you to make a decision about whether to go out or not, because you just can't. Unlike snow, you're expected to go and do the things you're supposed to do and fight your way through it. At least we are here.
Yeah, it's a whole different, depending on how far south you go, what you do when it snows. I remember Death Mage had snow once, and she made a video about it, and it was hysterical how, upset she was that she didn't even have a broom to sweep her off the car with. She was using like a piece of plywood or something. It's something we don't even think about it. Like, I see mine in the summer, and I was like, why is that still in here? A little sweeper.
Yeah, I don't miss the Ontario weather at all.
Do you get a lot of rain out there?
Not in the Okanagan, no.
No. Oh, that's right, because it's a desert, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's real dry in the summer. And a little bit of snow in the winter, but not a lot.
What's up, Compy? Rotter2 made a video today. It's been a while for him.
You didn't catch his live stream?
I did.
Yeah.
That sucks. Going through some problems at home.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully he pulls through okay. It's never fun. Been there, done that.
Yeah, I come on YouTube to get rid of my problems. I really don't like watching about other people's.
Yeah.
Or hearing about them. Let's just talk about reefing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess, he wanted to explain where he's been or whatever.
Yeah.
And I wish him the best, but. Can you imagine only having space heater running reef tanks? Nope. Nope. Probably not a good idea. If you mean them propane things that look like jet engines, yeah, that's probably not, or kerosene, that's probably not, probably going to have pH problems.
Yeah, slightly.
First thing that comes to mind.
What are those jet things called? Salamanders? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just horrible. And they you come home and you smell like fumes. They have them on job sites all the time. It's horrible. I mean, you appreciate it when you're, working in the wintertime in a new construction.
Yep, but not at home.
No.
We're seriously considering moving in the next couple of years, and if we do, we'll get a house built, and it's going to have a generator. It's going to be part of the house because we get so many power outages in this area, and really stupid ones. Like everything goes off for a split second and comes back on again, and of course everything's got to be reset. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and that's the kind of little brownouts and little short outs that kill refrigerators and air conditioners and things that are expensive.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I don't know if they've changed at all, but I know compressors used to hate getting like less than the amount of voltage they were supposed to get.
They don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of things don't like it, but it actually damages them.
Yeah.
So that's, he said, check out Johan's new video. So I guess he's having a heating issue.
Yeah, he had a space heaters in his house, and
Oh,
his tank
geez.
got cold.
He's south, though. But, I mean, I know it's still colder than,
Yeah.
what you're comfortable. But, yeah, that sucks.
I just realized the other day that I didn't open the vents in my basement because in the summer I have to close them, otherwise the air conditioner's blowing down there and it's way too freaking cold.
Mm-hmm.
But in the winter it sure is nice because it keeps the basement at, whatever temperature you're keeping the upstairs at. So
Yeah.
I realized the other day, hey, wait a second, I got to open these up.
Man, I got steam radiators. The front
Yeah.
downstairs. There's no radiators downstairs, so you don't get any steam down there. So it's just between the flue, blowing the fumes out, and all the hot steam pipes down there. The tank evaporation has been stupid.
Yeah.
It really has just been stupid. It's like every time I'm home and I'm thinking about it, I just make RO water. It's like, if I fill up my brew can with RO water, it's like, let me fill up all the buckets I have too.
It's that much, eh?
Might get busy all week and, I don't want to have to pour tap water in my tank.
No. So how much evaporation are you getting in a week?
Let's say a 5-gallon bucket every 2 days.
Holy cow.
Yeah. But that's, all the tanks are connected and they're all open. I don't have, lids on anything.
Oh, okay. That'll do it. Yeah, see, all mine have lids.
Yeah. So I've got my
canopy. Yeah.
I've got my 40-gallon sump, my 100-gallon tank, my 55, a 29, and the frag tank are all just wide open. And the returns that come into the sump really gurgle. And I like that because that's kind of the design of it, because they're going into a rubble, an area filled with rubble, and I like the agitation to keep it from settling in there.
Mm-hmm.
But
and if it's working or not.
Yeah, that's why I always do voiceovers on my videos, because I've tried to just point and shoot, but it just sounds like water running.
Yeah. John goes through 50 gallons a week on his system. Yeah.
No, I'm not there yet, but let's see, 5, 10, maybe 15, 20 gallons.
I have a 20-gallon tank, a 10-gallon tank under my stand, or in my stand, and I go through that every probably 5-6 days.
Yeah. So, I mean, wintertime or summertime, it's not that bad. But actually, there's moisture down there. So that's another issue. So then I was running a dehumidifier, and the dehumidifier makes a nice, cool basement hot.
Yeah.
So I didn't like that, so I stopped doing that. But everything's nice and dry now. So I might have to put lids on just a few things, that aren't being lit. Hey, it's Billy Pipes.
Hi.
Billy.
Are we
Hey,
live?
what's up, Billy?
Yeah,
We're live.
and we want a Waffles update.
Oh. There she is.
Hey, Wuffies. Oh. She is.
Yeah, she's good.
Oh, that's good.
That's awesome. Back to normal, pretty
Yeah.
much.
She keeps acting like nothing happened.
Yeah.
But I can't play with her so rough.
Yeah.
They bounce back. It's short memory.
Yeah.
If you think about how painful it probably was, and she wasn't, she wasn't herself, but she wasn't sitting there crying about it either.
I'm enjoying a Canadian Bounty Bar.
There you go.
Canadian Bounty Bar.
Proud of you.
Tastes like. What would the American version be?
A milk chocolate Mounds bar. Because Mounds in the U.S. is dark chocolate.
Ah.
And the coconut consistency is a little different.
Lisa says, I'm proud of you, Pipers.
And of course, it doesn't tell me how much it weighs. It wants to tell me 57 grams, not ounces.
Yeah, that's right.
Probably not FDA approved if it's going to Canada.
It's not a food or a drug. It's just junk. Candy bars aren't food. AL says he was trying to catch a mouse that snuck into the house.
Excuses, excuses.
Yeah, we had a mouse in the house. He was stealing the dog food, but he was taking it was like kibbles and bits or something like that. And the dog only used to eat one of them, which I never understood why my wife bought it, because whichever one he liked, the other bit or kibble was always left in the bowl.
Damn.
And then
You couldn't find a bag of just bits.
right. So then all of a sudden, the bowl's empty every night or every morning. So it's like, well, you must have started eating it. Now the mouse was taking the other, whatever the other was, and hiding
somewhere.
Yeah, I was looking through the closet, like Christmas time came, we were getting the decorations out. I find this whole pile of dog food in the closet. So we set up a trap right in the closet, and we're sitting there one night watching TV when we hear snap. I was like, we got him. The dog goes and he starts whimpering by the door like that was his buddy. We just killed his buddy. Felt so bad. He's like, who's going to eat the kibbles now?
My mom used to keep a bowl of jelly beans on her coffee table, and she knew she had a mouse in the house. Every once in a while, she would see it running along the baseboard in the living room, and then her jelly beans started disappearing. And we're going, like, really? Seriously? Well, after she passed away, we were cleaning up things, getting things ready to sell the house, and I came across a comforter set in an open, those clear plastic bags that have a zipper around them.
Right.
Well, this was in there, but the zipper wasn't done up. It was just in there to keep it out of the dust.
Right.
So we pulled it out and we're opening it up, and we turn it back, and there it is, the stash of jelly beans in this comforter.
Yep.
And about 3 of them had chew marks on them, and the very edge of the comforter was a little bit ragged, like it had been chewing on it. But it was hilarious. We couldn't believe it. And she was right. They were disappearing.
Yep.
Cindy.
Yes.
You said you have a U.S. post office box?
I do.
Because I got to send you something.
Is this the glasses?
Oh yeah.
You told me
Christmas
already.
in Canada.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
And
I'll show
actually,
them
we have
to you in a second.
awesome. We have to go there on November 27th. I guess it's a week Tuesday, because I'm getting some coral shipped from a guy in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I'm going to bring it back. And we tried to coordinate for yesterday, but the weather.
Mhm.
So we decided to put it off. So the 27th we'll be going there for sure.
Was it a New York post office?
Yeah, Niagara Falls.
Okay. What I can do is I can put it in the the priority, and I think that's like 2-day guarantee. Hopefully it should make it there by Wednesday.
Oh, it's a week from Wednesday. It's after Thanksgiving, I think.
Yeah. It's not next week. It's the week after.
Yeah, but I don't think the mail's open Wednesday and
Yeah,
Thursday, Friday.
Thursday's Thanksgiving, and that's right. And
So
when's the 27th? On a Monday, Tuesday?
it's a Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So if I ship a priority, it'll be there.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. All right. Have you got an videos or description?
Yeah, just billy.pipes@yahoo.
Okay. I'll send you the address.
Yep. I'll send you a couple pairs, and then one for Lisa when you meet up with her.
Awesome. Yep, that should be soon, because although we're going away December 10th to the 21st, hopefully if the toadstool is all good to go, we might be able to meet up and get that swapped over.
Wait, we're going to need something for all of this, though. We're going to need a selfie of you and Lisa having lunch, wearing wearing Billy Pipes glasses, both of you.
I'm up for that.
Here, look. Ready, Cindy? Look.
Wait. Let me present you.
A whole box of them.
Yeah, you got to buy a few when you want them to say your name.
Ready, Dave?
Yep, you are presented. Oh my!
Oh yeah.
Where's mine? Where's my 10 pair?
Let's see. Your pair's right here, Dave.
That one's mine. Oh, I will wear them with pride.
Wow.
There they are.
Those are stylish.
Right? The UV on these is perfect. Perfect.
Nice. Oh, Lisa said she's totally down too. So we need a selfie.
We'll go to Tim Hortons.
This big box here, stay tuned for the next video. This is a sneak peek on Dave's nano tank. Ready? Here we go. This is going to be a giveaway.
Boom. I've seen it already. Boom. 2 socks. I want the 3 sock one like you got, bro.
Is this a 3? This is a 3 sock, I think. I don't know.
Okay, there's only 2 in the picture, but
it might be but that's what it is right there.
And it's got the fancy little things. Yeah, that's not the same one, right? Oh, it's the Flex 200?
No, 300.
Why does it say Flex 200 on it?
Oh, sorry. Here you go. They checked it off 300.
Gotcha. That's cool.
This is the one that splits. So if you have a center brace, you can put it in, and then it bulkheads together to make. Let me get out of the light there to make one.
That's really cool.
Yep. That's that.
Can I ask a question about that bulkheading together of 2 things?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make sure you have enough capacity to move the water through? Because if it's open, you're not sort of restricting the water flow at all, right? But if you have to put bulkheads in, how do you make sure you can keep the water flowing through at a constant enough rate to supply your system properly, or does it matter?
Gallons per hour
Yeah.
per diameter. There's a calculation for it somewhere.
I'm pretty sure, because I'm thinking these bulkheads are probably at least 1.5 inches.
Yeah.
So with 2 of them, it could. I know the 300s, the 300 series. I think it can take up to like 1,800 gallons per hour per their design.
Right.
So it can take some heavy water volume.
I think
So
an inch
is
and a
the
half. Sorry.
oh no, is there a pump or something that pushes the water through, or does it
No,
just flow?
Just goes by
flows?
flow.
Huh.
Whatever your overflows are bringing in.
Hydraulic pressure. Water will find a way. It will always level out.
So there's no risk of the first chamber overflowing because the water can't move quickly enough into the second part.
Oh, there is if you've restricted. If you put like 1 3/4 inch bulkhead, and enough water can't go through a 3/4 inch, but he's saying it's 1.5 inches.
Oh, that makes sense.
You'd
I'd be
have
putting
to watch it, or they're acrylic, so you drill another hole and add another bulkhead.
if it was me, I'd be putting like 5 of them in there just in
Right.
case something got stuck over one of them.
I
Right.
think
Okay,
one
that's
inch,
interesting.
1.5 inches will do like 1,200 gallons per hour, I think.
Okay, that's
Wow.
good information.
Well,
Now,
'cause I know
guys, they make those slip bulkhead strainers, and I just want to say from experiences that they really restrict the water. The strainers do. They look really cool. Yes, they really do. I almost overflowed my frag tank once, and I just took it out, and it was all better.
Yeah.
And it wasn't clogged with algae or anything.
Well, I noticed with Rico's design with the sump, that's the first thing I wondered about, because he had those like three or four pipes coming in and
Right.
only 2 bulkheads connecting the 2 sections, and it made me wonder how the flow is ensured so that it doesn't back up.
Right. Well, you figure out if it's 3 pipes coming in, maybe, only 2 of them are going to have water moving.
Yeah.
One's going to be an emergency.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about all of these different options.
Water goes downhill.
Yeah,
Billy,
exactly.
Billy went to plumbing school. What did they teach you in plumbing school, Billy?
Shit
Water
goes
goes
downhill and paydays on Friday. But here's an important key. If your pipes are pitched too fast, the water will go faster than the solids, and the solids will remain in the pipe.
Ew.
So if you have more than 1/4 inch of pitch per foot, you're going to have a backup.
You're going to have poo in your pipes.
I notice that when I feed with a long, thin pipette, you have to be really careful that the water level, that you don't push it too fast. Otherwise, the food stays in the pipette. Only the water goes out. I've noticed that. But I didn't realize it was an actual principle.
Billy's got pipe school.
Right? I'm impressed with Than's plumber. I can tell you that. Whoever did the plumbing at Tidal Gardens did a damn good job.
Dr. Welsh would like to know, what is the price on a pair of glasses if I pay shipping, please?
I haven't figured it all out yet, but I believe it's going to probably be like $4 or $5 at the
He
most.
broke up a little bit, but I think he said $4 or $5, which is like $30 European.
Is it really?
No, I don't know. I'm teasing. I don't know what that is in Welsh currency. What are you guys using, the euro?
The knock.
No. He's UK. Just don't tell me he's from England. They get mad. I already got glasses and filters galore. Just want a pair of Billy's.
Oh,
Shipping will cost more than that. Hey, Doc, over here there was something called Parcel Monkey. and I don't know if you have it over there, but what they did was the parcel monkey gets it to DHL, and then DHL takes it from there. So you go to the post office, and I shipped something to Paul over in the UK for about $7.
I have an idea. Billy could send 3 pairs with Cindy, and then Lisa could send me a pair.
Hey, it's might as well, right?
I'm thinking.
Well,
Well, once it's 3-dimensional, you're paying for the box, so you may as well stuff it.
yeah. Because it said their logo is, if it fits, it ships. So I could put a brick in there. As long as it fits, it doesn't matter how much it weighs.
Yeah.
And Dave, I got a bunch of other glasses that you can have, so you can pop these suckers out and do whatever.
Yeah, I wanted to just make a lens that fits on my case. So I could just pop it right in the hole that's for the camera in the back of the case.
Yeah, these are blanks.
Oh, I can just take a Sharpie and write Dave's Nanotanks glasses on. Look like a big deal somewhere.
That's it. Walk in there and be like, yo, Glenn, what do you think?
I already signed you up for the first Reef Club. You're the speaker at the first meeting.
Tell anybody what I have to do on the 24th?
Not yet. I haven't. Damn, that's coming up too. All right, next week is a blur already. Okay, Thanksgiving's the 22nd. Is that what it is? Thursday, right? It's always Thursday.
It's the beginning of October sometime.
Yeah, for you guys. It's when we ripped off the Indians.
Yeah. Yeah.
Native Americans, I'm sorry. I'm so un-PC correct.
Un-PC?
Politically correct. I guess PC correct is silly, right? It's redundant. It's like I grew up in a town called Passaic, and I think in, I forget, Lenape language or something. It means valley. And there's actually a town here called Passaic Valley, or an area. So isn't that Valley?
Valley. Yeah.
But you know what the worst one is? It is in a restaurant when the server says, "Oh, that'll come with au jus." Drives me nuts because au jus means with jus. And when they say with au jus,
with
Yeah.
redundant.
with you.
Yeah.
Say, what's wrong with you? Don't you know the difference?
You want to make a snowman?
Who just said? You saw that?
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah.
That was a silly live stream.
In fact, I was able to watch the replay before Pat took it down, so I got the beginning of that too.
Yeah.
I've discovered a secret method of holding on to those videos as long as you don't leave them when they're over.
Yeah.
And you reload them right away. You can usually get them, and then they download and you can watch them.
But I think you miss the chat when you do that. The chat.
You do. It's true. Yeah.
Well, hopefully nothing offended you later on.
Oh God, I went to forestry school. So I'm.
What does forestry school mean?
Forestry school, where you go to learn about forest management and driving heavy equipment and using chainsaws. And
okay, so you work with a bunch of guys, like lumberjack.
Yeah. 900 guys and about 30 girls in 1975 when I went.
Okay, so forestry school is actually about forestry. Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Dendrology.
I was thinking along the lines of Ivy League.
No.
I thought it was like she learned how to trim bushes there.
Well, yes, there is that. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
speak? Do you speak French, Cindy?
Very little, very badly. Seulement un peu que j'étudie dans l'école. That's about it.
Not very good. Sorry.
Yeah, but she knows "ajou" means with.
Yes.
Oh, I know all kinds of things that piss me off. So that, you know.
You know, Blue Carbon Reefing was asking if you spoke French, and I responded from the accent when she said "au jus." I think not.
Yeah.
Dwayne, have you seen the new sump running yet, or no? I forget.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're still presented too.
Oh,
So you might as well do something entertaining.
okay. It's still a work in progress, but
There's nothing in it but a block. All I
Yeah.
got was a rock. It's like a Charlie Brown Halloween.
and in the backside here, I have it was a 1 year pre-cycled plate.
Oh, right. You were telling me about that. It is cool looking, though.
Oh. Yep. They sent me another package. Pro Clear. Bunch of sakis.
I didn't
What?
see it running. No, I didn't see it running, Billy.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Now I am. No, because I would have remembered that block.
Oh, we'll show them your little sock converter, your little 3 to 2 sock
Oh
converter.
yeah. So I didn't want to use 3 socks. So I took some corian and silicone the divider.
Because he's not using the sump to its full gallon per hour potential. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay.
have 3 socks.
This sump is really made for like a 300-gallon system.
Is that silicone there or just placed there?
Yeah. Yep. I just siliconed it so that
It's dry on the back. It's working too because there's no water back there.
yeah.
You could put a reactor in there or something.
Right. Do something.
Oh, look, he's got his little heater sitting in its little
Yeah.
little saddle,
Yeah.
heater saddle.
That's the one thing somebody did mention is they didn't make a little cutout for a heater wire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at this new NanoCube hood, and I guess because it's normally on a 28 gallon, is how it's advertised, and the whole back's open. There's no cutouts on it. Now there's spots in the plastic that you could cut out, you know, but it's not like they snap out. You actually have to cut them out. So I thought that was kind of odd. I got 2 or 3 wires, and the wire comes out the side instead of the back for the
Just
light.
noticed something. You see something back there? Look.
A stain,
Yeah.
and is that right above your ATO? Why is that happening?
Let's see. It comes up.
And you don't use kalkwasser or anything?
No.
Ew.
Hmm.
Oh, something got dirty.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Basement
Tell you
dust.
what, I like this little 1/4 inch. See, I took a little piece of tubing with a 1/4 inch adapter, hooked it right to the pump, so when it turns on, super quiet.
Yeah, that's cool. So
Oh,
you
look,
try-
that's exactly where that water's going.
Yep. No, I knew that. So is that like a Geisman fitting squeezed into a tubing?
Yep. Yep. What is that? Did it just do it again? Let me see here. I clean it.
Oh, dirt and something. Something got
Right.
dirty. It's either in the air, where you sweeping the floor down there or something, and the dust would stick there.
It was a pump that I had used previously, so I'm wondering if it was. I'm wondering if it was a pump that I had used for a reactor that I didn't clean good enough, and maybe it's pumping some dead stuff in there.
Salt mix residue, but that's his ATO, Johnson. This is what it looked like. It looked like reef crystals.
Yeah, right? This will probably get done this week.
Did you use that old pump maybe to mix salt back in the reef crystals?
No, I think I used that old pump as my old carbon reactor.
Maybe it backed up into it or something.
So I'll switch that pump out. I have backups. So I'll switch that pump out.
What's Sammy talking about? Snot monsters. Hi, Sammy, by the way.
You still want this, Dave?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You getting another one? Or?
Nah, I told him don't worry about it. I said, nah. This is how the Marine Pure Black first came. They're sending me another one.
Oh, wow. That's weird.
Yeah.
Took a shot, huh?
It's good around it. It's solid around it. But like here too.
Yeah. No, I got one that was broken from Reef and Widow. They sent him another one. He asked me if I wanted it. I was like, for free? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still going to cut this one up.
Yep.
Always good to have. Here's my project, Dave. Still here.
Good night, Doc.
Who's that?
Doc's going to good night. Doc's leaving because it's, late.
Yeah.
It's like 3:30 by him. He'll be back. He don't sleep.
Dave, should we test it?
Yes. Yes, you should test it.
It's been a while. They're still sitting.
All right. You wanna address the class what we're doing here?
What's up, guys? Hey, Dave.
That's not exclusive. So
Hey,
Bill,
Billy.
yeah. What?
I'm sorry, Dave. I just have a quick question. Billy, on that pump, was that the JBJ auto top off?
It was the JBJ ATO, yeah, but not the J. No, it wasn't a JBJ pump.
Dude, I've gone through two of those and I can't get it to do like you have, like the reverse. So like I have the first sensor is down, right? The one that's in the water. You see the second one that you have sticking up?
Yeah.
That one does nothing for me. What's going on with that? What am I missing?
So what you have to do is, did you flip it upside down already?
I removed that like that black piece, the metal piece.
No, see, I didn't do that. I unthreaded it
and then just reversed
and flipped the whole thing. Yeah, the float is still the same. You don't want to reverse the float. You just want to reverse the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So what's the point of that now? What happens?
So
what
now,
happens
what happens is if this is calling for water and then the float comes up and it doesn't shut my pump off,
right?
This will continue to fill with water. And then when that float goes up, it's a secondary switch to shut my pump off.
See, but does yours turn off? Because what mine does is I reversed mine, and what it does is it when it goes up, it adds more water. It doesn't kill it.
Yeah, did you take this black clip off and
I
reverse
did.
the float? Yeah, so do that again. Take the float off, take the little black clip off, spin the float around the right way, and then put the clip back in, and it should work. And it's got to be in mode A, I think.
Okay, mode A, and then try it like that.
Yeah, I can't see. Tell me if you guys can see what mode that is.
Yeah, that is A. Okay, because that was driving me nuts. I was like, I just bought a freaking the Tunzi Nano because the JBJ was driving me nuts, and I got a really nice pump. I have the Vast pump, and it works really well with the JBJ, and I really like the JBJ, but I couldn't get that second sensor, so I'm like, I'm just gonna return this whole thing because what's the point of having two sensors, one as a backup if it's not doing anything?
Yep.
Got it. All right. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Don't do the test yet. I want to get a cup of coffee.
Oh, come on.
Okay, do the test.
All right.
You're gonna tell everybody what's going on?
All right. So I got these frag plugs recently in my aquarium box. And these are standard Ocean Wonders frag plugs. They're both sitting in RODI water. So I wanted to see if these freebies did anything to raise TDS versus the Ocean Wonders ceramic fired.
Right. Well, you saw him in there like right after you got him, and within an hour he noticed a raise in TDS.
Yeah.
So
as soon as I put the freebies in, the TDS hit 48 within seconds.
From 0. So he was telling me that was a thing, and I said the true experiment would be side by side with Ocean Wonders.
Yep.
So they've been a day or two.
Yep. These have been sitting for I think a week. So I don't know if you can see this. The TDS in the freebies is at 91.
Wow.
Let me go back and zero it out. 0. Now let's see what the Ocean Wonders give me. I don't really have enough water in here. Look at that.
Was it 16.4?
164.
164 on the Ocean Wonders?
Yep.
I think Waffle Speed in there, bro.
No wonder I got diatoms all over my damn frag plugs.
Look, 180.
Mm.
It's 180. Yep. Now, if I go back to the freebies,
$5,000.
94.
94. So they were all putting out some crap.
Yeah.
I always rinse mine, and then I always soak them in my sump, but that's still not good.
Yeah. Right. That's crazy. So my assumption was that the freebies were very bad, but these are the new edition freebies.
Gotcha.
So I guess they have been corrected, which is good.
Right.
So now when you get frag plugs, you got to think to yourself, all right, like me, I'm getting ready to put like 100 frags in here.
Right.
What's that going to do?
That's what it did to my frag tank. It went boom, man. I loaded it up with all them frag plugs, and they were Ocean Wonders, most of them. I mean, you gave me some off-brand ones, and I had some old ones, but the old ones were soaking in my sump. But when I loaded the tank up, I got all kinds of nasty stuff, and then I brought in Bryopsis, and it just jumped everywhere. You got to quarantine your frag plugs, Johnson said.
Right.
So Falcon's asking if you rinse them a few times, is the TDS still high? So
yeah, that's what we're gonna find out. I'm gonna soak them. Like, I wonder if I should try them. See, you can't soak them in tap water, obviously. So you got to soak them in RO water.
yeah, and just keep letting it leach out.
Yep.
What if you put them in salt water and just leave them in salt water on the side and then change it out and then try to test it again?
But what happens now? What would happen?
I usually soak them in fresh or RO water, let them sit, and I shake it. I got it in like a closed container, so I shake them up, and then I'll pour that off, and then I fill it back with some salt water, let it sit a couple days, shake it off, and then I dump them in the sump. So that's just really to get the grit off them, because when you get them, there's usually a little bit of sand in the bottom of the bag. But that's crazy. But you got to also admit that's not a lot of water in there. They're almost 30% frag plug, 60% water.
What about, you said porcelain absorbs TDS? Why can't you just put them in the back of your toilet for 2 weeks?
I don't know. Because I don't trust Olivia with spraying the toilet with bleach.
Right.
I'm just fucking around anyways.
Might be the table right there.
You know what I should do too with this Marine Pure block, because I'm going to cut it so that it's nice and square again. I should chop a chunk off and do the same thing. Put that chunk in a thing of RO water, see if the TDS moves.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, definitely it's going to have dissolve. Something in it is going to dissolve. So
I love that little portable TDS meter, man. It's awesome. Like, I found out one of my buckets takes my RO water and goes from 0 to 1.
Okay, can you do one more test for Brandit? Can you check them with a refractometer and see if any salt, see if they read anything? Maybe they were pre-cured.
Well, the Ocean Wonders were ceramic fired.
Okay.
And the other ones were made with RO water and cured in RO water.
All right.
So they shouldn't have any salinity readings.
A fired plug shouldn't have nothing.
Yeah. Should be all cooked.
Yeah. So you could soak them in vinegar, but if there's any aragonite in them, which some do have, you're just basically going to break down the aragonite.
Well, ceramics.
But I know from the trick you gave me, Dave, with pre-soaking the frag plugs.
Yeah.
Definitely helps with diatoms. Definitely helps.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna put like 200 in the sump.
I was throwing them all in this chamber for where my protein skimmer is, and just letting the water go by them. Once when I dropped them in, one got sucked right into the protein skimmer like a stopper. That was really funny. I had to reach in there and save it. The plastic ones are the best by eShops, right, Dave? Don't get me started.
Yeah, I guess they don't have any TD. I guess they don't have any TDS though, right?
Right. Thank you, Reef Girl.
Hey, any of you guys cultivating like cocoa pods or anything like that? I know Tristan's doing that.
Just naturally in my Chato.
All right,
Yeah,
so
he's only cultivating phyto.
no, he's doing cocoa pods now as well. He's doing both.
Well, no, he just put them in his phyto. They're not gonna cultivate in there though.
Yeah, right. But I have a question. So I have some 1 gallon jugs, and I'm trying to basically start phyto, but for some reason I have one of those push connects on the lids, and I have that acrylic rod, and I have tubing, but for some reason when I turn on the air pump, I'm not getting enough pressure or air going down the acrylic tube. Any idea what I'm missing?
How old is the wood stone or the air stone?
There's no.
Okay,
From the air pump, there's just tubing that goes to the, I guess, like a bulkhead, and then from the bulkhead on the bottom side is connected to one of those acrylic tubes.
Gotcha. And there's no bubbles coming out?
No, nothing.
Which air pump is it?
I've tried 3 of them, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I've tried.
And they definitely work if you just stuck them like a tube in the water. They're definitely working and making bubbles.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. It only works like when I put the tubing like within the first quarter of the tank top. But if I put it like halfway down, then it just stops. It's like not enough pressure, so not enough air pressure.
Yeah, it sounds like something's leaking somewhere, or the diaphragms are shot in all 3 of your air pumps, which sounds odd, you know.
Are they standard air pumps?
Yeah. I mean, one of them is the Whisper. The other, I even use the Tom's Aqua Lifter. Because that's pretty strong and still doing the same thing. Even if I take just a piece of tubing connected to the Tom's or to any of those pumps, and I put it inside the gallon of the jugs, it'll go about almost halfway. It'll make bubbles, but anything lower than that, then it just stops.
That sounds odd.
Yeah, it's driving me nuts. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
So it's connected to a bulkhead before it goes down.
Yeah. So it connects to like one of those push connects. The tubing on top, and then the acrylic grids, rods on the bottom.
Can you just try to hook the airline directly to the acrylic rod?
Well, what I did is I took just the tubing, just the hose connected to the air pump, and again, it makes bubbles, but like the first top half area of the tank that cylinder, and then
That,
if I push the tubing more down, it just stops making bubbles.
that's odd because I can put a ceramic air stone on a tube with my Tom's Aqualifter and go in a 24-inch deep tank and create a lot of bubbles. I did it when I was cycling the tank for giving it oxygen.
Yeah, no idea because I had the same pump running with an air stone in my sump when I had the 100-gallon, no problem.
Yeah.
And now for some reason, I don't know what's going on. I've tried 3 pumps and I'm still getting the same thing. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, something's blocked or something's leaking, one or the other. I mean, if you just took straight air hose and put it on one of these pumps, it's still the same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
You need new pumps. I mean, a gallon of water, really. You should be able to bubble it out of there.
And I tried also the tubing because I have like that soft tubing.
Mm-hmm.
I tried the soft tubing, and then I tried also just a regular oral DI tubing,
Right.
and it still does the same thing on both of them. I'm like, what the hell am I doing wrong here?
It's the pumps. You need another pump.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy something on eBay, one of those really high pumps, and see if it works.
What kind of containers do you have?
They're glass containers.
I'll be
just
back up.
glass jugs.
And what kind of lids are they?
The lids, they're just plastic lids.
So, like, you use plain rigid airline tubing, right?
Yeah.
And it still doesn't work. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I tried 3 pumps. Try to change the airlines, try to change the acrylic rods, the tubes, whatever. Nothing worked, and I was just like, okay, let me go straight. And I try to minimize also the amount of airline that I'm using, and they're still doing the same thing. So it's like the air pumps are not strong enough, but that makes no sense. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to play. I'm too tired tonight. I'm gonna try it tomorrow again and see what happens.
Was the air pump above the jug or below? It shouldn't matter, but
I tried both. I mean, it was down, and then I tried lifting it up to see if it would make a difference, and it didn't do anything.
I just switched out the water on these plugs, so we'll let it sit another week.
how about there's not an exit hole for the air going in? So you're creating too much pressure and it won't release to the bottom.
No, I created a hole on the lid.
Or like a vent hole.
Yeah, vent hole. Yeah.
All right, you're blowing all my ideas out of the water. So.
Yeah, I might need to make maybe the hole a little bit bigger. I'll play around with it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey Billy, that frag tank that you had no sump on that or anything, right? It's just a frag tank, like one of those all-in-ones.
No, it's a sump under it.
Oh, there is. Okay, let me
Yep.
see it. Because I'm thinking about doing a frag tank inside my cabinet underneath my JBJ 45. But it's gonna have no sump. It's gonna have nothing. It's just gonna be a straight, rack basically.
But in the tank, though, right?
Not in the tank. Underneath the tank. So I have my JBJ on top. Inside the cabinet, I'm gonna put a frag tank in there.
What
Yeah,
size?
that's my
10
idea.
gallon or?
Not even. It's small. I mean, it's gonna be basically 18 by 18 by 6 inches. So I think it's around like 9 gallons. Not even, maybe 8.
You can do a hang on the back filter.
I was gonna be able to put a skimmer in there. So I would be able to put a skimmer. I'll have the return pump, and then I could have maybe like a media basket with some filtration. And then what I'll do is
Wait, so you're gonna plumb it into the JBJ?
no, I wasn't gonna plumb it into. No, it's gonna be like its own separate tank.
Well, what are you gonna use as a? What do you mean? What do you mean a return pump?
Because the frag tank is all in one, so it has a return inside the back.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so I was thinking about doing that, but and then I was thinking about using like a Chater reactor just to have something for that tank. But I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth going all that,
It's like a bench.
doing all that effort.
It's a small tank.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, one little swing and everything is dead.
Yeah, they're a tank that size is usually tough just for a weekend at a show because frags are growing and you're gonna be testing that sucker. Like it's gonna get hot under there too with a light and all that water inside the cabinet.
Yeah.
It's gonna get a little moist in there.
Well, there goes that idea.
Go for it. You never know. See what happens. I have steam radiators, so in my house it would just get too hot and cause water issues, condensation issues.
Yeah. No, and in my apartment I have all-in-one like central heating, and we usually keep the heaters off in the living room where the tank is. So that wouldn't be a problem. Like evaporation or anything shouldn't be that bad. But my only concern is about the swings, man. If something happens, you know what I mean, then the tank is gonna be so small with no sump, no nothing that it's gonna affect whatever's in there and it'll kill everything.
Here's the next best frag tank. This thing right here. This is the next best frag tank.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I live in a 2-bedroom apartment, so
I've seen people take the Fluval, hang on the back filter, and they notch this out, and it fits perfectly. And you can take the tubes, go all the way down to the bottom. Plus, this thing is almost flat enough where you can put like a 1/2-inch bulkhead on it. So you could, put a return pump down here somewhere or something and have it come out and up through some kind of filter chamber and then back in and just drop a frag rack in there and that's it. Put a crap box over it. Boom. Put it on the front porch. Here it is, Davey. Oh, Dave's gone. Oh, he went to go get coffee. What time is it? 11 o'clock. Jesus. Everything's done.
Show us something else till Dave gets back.
I don't have much. You guys have seen all this crazy. Look at this craziness, man. It is such a mess down here. It's a mess. There's Dave. Thanks for the shot, Dave. Appreciate it. What's he doing?
He's going to get his headphones back on.
Yeah, I was getting my headphones on and getting my phone out of my pocket. All right.
We didn't know I don't know if Magic Mike was at your house or what. What was?
Jam, I thought the stream was over. I was getting ready to go to bed.
You get enough eaters there?
Exclusive. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that jar that you're trying to bubble sealed?
What do you mean sealed? I mean, it has a cap on it.
Right. Because if the air has no place to go, you're basically just pressurizing it.
Oh, no. I have a vent.
All right. That's just something I thought about when I was downstairs.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is probably the air, the hole is too small. I'm probably gonna need to make it a little bit larger.
Yep.
The vent.
All right.
But even if I just put a tube in there when the with no cap, it's still doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's odd.
Yeah, it has me puzzled. I'm just like, this should work.
Yep. So, did I miss anything?
No.
Nope.
Sabella came by in the chat. How's he been? So somebody mentioned him. Oh yeah. What's up, Sabella?
Sabella's in there? Sabella, I drove right past your house the other day. Friday.
Oh,
Yesterday.
his phone's about to die. He'll be back on the stream in a few minutes. Something wrong with his dog?
Who?
Sabella's.
Oh yeah, he posted something on Facebook about it. I don't know what's wrong with her, but
Yeah, said he's had her since he was 13 or something. Or
Boy.
that must be wrong. I don't know how old Sabella is, but
65.
yeah. That's what he sounds like till you see him.
Right? First time I saw him, I was like, no way.
Where's your father?
I thought I was talking to an old sailor from WW2.
Yeah, so
I'm going to go upstairs and check on everybody for a minute. Shall return. I shall return.
since the phone died downstairs, I figure I would shut the light out, let the fish go to bed.
Yeah, speaking of going to bed, I think I'm going to take myself there.
All right. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I need my beauty sleep. I'm an ugly mofo.
It's tough going to frag swaps. I'm telling you, it takes a lot out of you.
It is. I feel like a 2-year-old. I just need a nap.
I did a 3-day of Palooza. I was helping Billy set up on the Friday and then went both days. Boy, that was a rough weekend. I went home and fell asleep.
nap and a box of animal crackers.
Yeah.
Can't beat it.
Well, you guys be good.
All right,
Stay off.
Thanks for stopping in, Matt.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Good night, Nate.
Good night, everybody.
Do you guys get as much snow as we do?
Not.
I don't know.
He's in Alberta.
Oh,
But he's saying that to Lisa, that Lisa gets as much snow as him.
okay. At least somebody's paying attention over there.
Yeah. He's trying to say that Alberta is the best place to live in Canada. And we're disagreeing with him. Because we're not from there, of course.
All right. Can't be if you don't live there.
Exactly.
So, what's new? What's new? K-Town put out a video. I put out a video.
Gonna
Billy
put some sand.
I know Pat was at work, but Billy didn't watch my video yet. Didn't comment. Like,
He commented on mine.
No, I must have done something wrong. I was giving him a hard time last night on Pat's stream, so.
Yeah. I got a bunch of sand, 2 5-gallon buckets full of sand from Devon, so from his old tank. So I'm going to finish rinsing that. I'm going to throw that in the anemone tank.
Did I tell you guys I just took some sand? I used dry aragonite, and I filled up my nano cube, and I just had like half a bag, so 15 pounds. Just poured it in, didn't rinse it, did nothing, because the aragonite's so fine that I find a lot of times when you're rinsing it, you end up with about half as much.
Yeah.
So it clouded up the tank horribly, as you can imagine. So I was stuffing pinky pads in the back of it all in one, and it was kind of working, but it was like a day where it was cloudy. I threw a Aqua Clear 70 on there with a bunch of pinky pads. It cleared it up in an hour. So just let you know how efficient an all-in-one filter is. And also, it's surface skimming, the all-in-ones.
Yeah.
And the Aqua Clear just, had that tube down inside of it. So it made a big difference.
Yeah, I got to rinse it just because there's some dead stuff in there now with it just sitting. Because it came out of his old tank, right? So.
Oh, definitely rinse it,
Yeah.
used. But to me, new sand, it's not that there's dirt in there, really. It's just ground up sand.
Yeah, just fine particles.
I usually just, even when I did the 100, I just loaded it up and let it just spin. And the first couple of times you kick the sand around or you get a fish in there, he's going to kick up a little dust storm. But it's, it's aragonite, strontium, and, all calcium and all the things your corals need. So.
Yeah, I put live sand, the Fiji pink, and the 180 in that. Yeah, it was a cloud storm every time.
What's up, Greg? You hanging sideways on the wall? Oh, there you go.
Sorry, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
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 How are you?
We're not wearing flip-flops. It's cold over here.
Oh, I'm wearing flip-flops.
I know you are. That's why I said it.
And I'm sitting outside, so. Yeah. I was attempting to do some plumbing today, and I ordered some new 1-inch Schedule 80 slit bulkheads. And they appear to be these Chinese bulkheads that are really sloppy.
Oh, wow.
Like, you would swear they're not the right size. The pipe just goes in and comes right out.
No, that's not right.
Correct.
Normally everything's taper fit, and if you push it together really tight, you can't get it apart.
Exactly. And what's the worst part is I ordered them on Amazon, but they came from glass cages.
Just one second. Dre's Salty Aquatics. I get my Fritz salt from either Premium Aquatics or saltwateraquarium.com. Both of them are usually in the same ballpark. So when I need to order it online, and I think both of them are free shipping when you're buying a box of salt. It won't look like a box when you get it because you get 8 boxes of salt. It's usually got no corners to it. It's just a round cardboard ball. But yeah, those are 2 places I would get it from. So that's weird. I mean, our plumber just stepped out, but he would tell you the same thing. Those aren't good. Unless you set them with silicone if you had the time to wait. I mean, silicone will hold bulkheads together, and the nice thing is you could pull them apart later if you ever wanted to change something.
Yeah, but I don't want to ghetto it. I just don't. I want it right.
I get you. I get you. You want to glue it up. You're probably going to prime it and everything.
No, I won't
Actually,
prime
on the
it.
ABC, I don't think you prime, right?
Yeah, no, I won't prime it.
Yeah, I never prime. On a fish tank, I never prime. I mean, if I'm doing...
Well, I used to prime, but we had Dave Saxby from England come, and he spoke to our club one day, and he showed us because they don't have like Home Depots and stuff in England.
Right.
They just reuse all of their fittings. And literally, he's like, if you don't use primer, you can just take a heat gun to it and it'll come right apart.
Huh.
Unless it's a pressure system, you don't need primer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like a 1-inch PVC is rated for like 1,000 psi.
Yeah.
So that's why you would use primer. You know, that's figuring on using it the way it's engineered with the primer and the glue. But in a fish tank, when you have like 5 psi, top.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, put your finger over the end of your return pump. It'll probably stop pushing water.
They will.
Exactly. Well, mine won't, but yeah, I know.
Well, like, most of them will just cavitate and
Exactly.
do nothing. You know, I'm a J-Bo guy. I could stop a J-Bo.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have an Abiz, so.
Yeah, that's the real deal.
It ain't stopping. So, but, you know what? We had last night our meeting, and Marine Depot came. They showed us a pretty cool, these new sumps that they're building for hang on the back applications. And one of them was like a refugium, so it had like, you know, a clear side where you can put a magnetic light on it.
That's cool.
And grow your stuff. It comes with like a Satuday pump, so that, you know, the little tube goes up and into the tank, and then flows back in. But then they have a skimmer for it. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's cool. Somebody was making like hang on the back refugiums a while ago, but
right. But this is like almost, I would classify it more as a sump.
Okay, that's cool.
You know, the way they're doing it.
I was just saying how my all-in-one really didn't filter out the dust storm from the new sand, and then I threw an Aqua Clear 70 on it, and it cleaned it right up in an hour. So,
yep.
You know, there's a certain efficiency that you're missing.
Exactly.
You know, my all-in-one skims from the top, so it takes the water off the top. So that wasn't where most of the dust was, I guess. So it processed a lot better by having that tube, the pickup tube from the back filter. So that's cool. Oh, we still got K-Town's anemone tank to look at.
There you go.
Love that tank.
Yep.
Pardon me.
Just 2 clowns, K-Town?
Yeah, I was at the pet store today, and they've got some, like, I don't know, what is the not the Ocellaris, the close to an Ocellaris.
Perculas?
Yes, Perculas. I wonder, they have some of those, but I don't know if how well they do with my 2 Ocellaris.
That'd be all right. As long as there's enough room for them both to set up a territory.
Oh, there's enough room.
Yeah. Unless your clowns think they own that whole tank, which they might. They'll be like, no, that's my anemone. No, that's my anemone too.
Yeah. All 6 of them are mine. Yeah. So I don't know. I want to get a bunch more in there, though.
I think the trick to the harems is, you know, introducing them all at the same time.
Yeah, so I could get them out of there, throw them in the sump for a while.
Yeah. Disorient them.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't they call Ocellaris false Perculas? So
I don't know. Do they? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's true, there's false. And the difference is slight. There is a slight difference, and I forget what it was. I knew when I was the clownfish.
I believe it's the dorsal fin is a little different.
Yeah. And there's something about the eyes, too, I think. The color of the eyes or the skin around the eyes.
Those are Ocellaris compi.
Yeah. The Perculas get more black outlines on their white stripes.
Yeah, thicker black lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what those ones look like today.
I got tank raised once, and the girl who works at the store that tank raised them, she always wants to see pictures of her babies. So,
well, then Those are bubble. Sorry, coffee. I thought you were asking about the fish. Those are bubble tips.
No, they're not.
Well, the one on the right is. Far
Yeah,
right, bottom.
yeah, he's all right.
Yeah.
That's the mystery. I increased the flow in my SBS tank, and that bubble tip got all stringy.
Yeah.
Same water as in the 55, with a perfect, tight little bubbles.
So low flow, they get bubbles, and high flow, they don't?
That's what's happening in my situation. I've heard, it's a mystery. But I had a mixed reef in my 100-gallon, and I had the perfect looking bubble tips. And then I pulled a lot of the LPS and softies out of that tank and put it in another tank. And I have anemones in both tanks. So obviously, once I got some of the softer stuff out of my main display, I increased the flow for the SPS, and that's when they went stringy.
Got it.
So that's what I saw. I don't want to say that I solved, because I've heard Meliv's Reef say, who knows why sometimes they have bubbles and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
He's got a little more experience than I have. So,
well, I've always heard that too. No one really knows, but I have a friend who's got that Colorado sunburst, and when he first got it, I went over there and I was blown away. And now it's not. It's all, there's no more bubble tips to it. So it just looks like a yellow anemone.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah. But he's got crazy amounts of flow in that tank.
Yeah.
I don't know. They kind of look neat swaying in the wind too, though.
Yeah, no, it's just, to me, they look really cool when they're all that perfect uniform, almost like receptacle tip, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah.
But, the girl at the LFS said one of the bubble tips wasn't looking good. She put her hand in there and it just disintegrated as she picked it up. So she was trying to clean that mess up. So she did a water change and, put carbon in and all that. I was like, yes, it still looks like crap. She's like, thanks, Dave. And none of the other ones were happy either. He doesn't know what happened to it. Just gave up the ghost. But you got to wonder in an LFS how many people stick their hands in tanks that they shouldn't be. You can't have a camera everywhere, but just poking their finger in there and have a lot of cologne on or something.
We got people here in California that like to go in stores and steal stuff, throw in a big gulp.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I saw that video of that. Just some guy sticking his hand right in and grabbing coral.
I actually caught a guy. He had gone to a local fish store and stole something and then posted it for sale on the local forum. And then later on, the owner of the store was on the forum saying, hey, somebody came in my place and stole this. I saw him on the video, but I don't know who he is. And I'm like, I think I was trying to sell that. So I kind of contacted the guy and set up to sell it and everything. Got his phone number, his address. I was going to go over his house. Not really. And I just basically told him, return it to where you got it. I have your address and soon the police will. He literally, within 30 minutes, went back to the store, sent his little brother in, put the coral like in a cup on the counter and ran out.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so at least he got his stuff back. But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. Greg is a coral detective.
We had another guy. We actually nicknamed him Wet Pockets Tony. He went over somebody's house to buy some frags. And while the guy was in the garage cutting the frags, he got up on the ladder and took a purple monster colony and put it in his pocket.
Wow.
And then left with it.
One of the new kids at the LFS he said to the manager that I may have shoplifted something because I came in and I was there for a while looking around, and then I just walked out. I was done, so I walked out. They're like, no, he's here all the time.
Wow.
it's so close that I'll just go there because I'm bored. I'll look around, I'll talk to everybody, and then, you know, I don't have to say goodbye. It's a store.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just funny.
Nah.
They're like,
Those
good
lost
eye.
have been-
It's just a new guy. He didn't know.
Right.
Obviously not a YouTuber either.
So he didn't know you.
That's right. It's so funny that a lot of people don't know YouTube at all. And, you know, you start talking about like a popular YouTuber, like Inappropriate Reefer, and they're just like, who? It's like, well, you don't know who Inappropriate Reefer is?
That was me last year.
Yeah, if you're not into YouTube, you don't know all these people that we, you know.
I mean, I didn't know about these kind of live streams. I knew some of the guys would go on. You know, I had met Rico before. I had met DC before.
Right.
But I had still never watched any of their videos. I mean, you know, because I see them at the shows.
Right.
But it's a whole different. It's a different world.
Yeah, it is.
And I think the hobbyists themselves enjoy the fact that they can ask a question and get instant feedback.
Yeah, that's what I like. And I just like getting a room full of you guys together, and we just have a good panel here to answer questions, and you'll get more than one answer.
Exactly.
Which is always too, because, you know, what I do might not fit into your tank. Or vice versa.
Yep.
Or somebody will say, oh, I had that last month and I did this and it went away. What more do you want than that?
Yep.
I just find that there's questions get answered, but not like these aren't questions that I had, but in a month from now, it's like, oh yeah, I remember, you know, it's not necessarily right at the moment, but.
Oh, sure. Yeah. The knowledge that you attain.
Yeah.
And then retain. I remember that from Rico's streams all the time.
Yep.
Because something would happen. I'd be like, oh, I remember last month so-and-so said this and someone else said that. Let me try it. So you find you have the answers.
Yeah.
That's one thing about this hobby. You never, ever stop learning.
No.
Someone always knows something that you don't know.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes a new guy will come in and something will click for him and he'll figure something out.
Right. I mean, you know what it is? It's you know, you never know what someone's expertise is, you know. They may know, you know, they may have really been into one facet of the hobby that you weren't really into.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they know the answers and you don't, even though you've been in the hobby way longer.
Right. And you have 30 people watching and somebody asks a piece of equipment, chances are, you know, a couple people have used it. They can tell you all about it.
I mean, I think I was on Rico's stream. I was just in the chat, and someone asked him about a magnet rusting, and he was like, yeah, it's no big deal, you know, GFO is rust.
Right.
And I'm like, whoa, if a magnet is rusting, no, it's a huge deal. You know, because there's...
Yeah, sure.
If it's rusting, it's neodymium.
Right.
If it's not rusting, it's not neodymium. I mean, it's you know, but if it's neodymium, there's a lot of heavy metals that are going to be released.
Yep.
So I was like, yeah, that's the big deal. And, you know, Rico didn't know that, you know, so this is somebody who's been in the game for 20 plus years.
It's not fair.
Yeah, but you know, in his defense, he's talking about 1,000 gallons of dilution. You know,
true.
About, you know,
that's possible, but unfortunately, neodymium magnets are really nasty. There's a lot to leach in a system, and it doesn't take long because usually by the time you realize it, it's corroded really, really bad.
Yeah, you know, I just ordered a dozen to play with on Amazon, and I must not have been paying attention to the diameter. These things are like $50. They're huge. I got a dozen of them. They're strong.
They're really strong if they're that big.
Yep, because, you know, I got a 1/2-inch glass and frag racks and things like that I'm always coming up with.
What are they coated with?
Nothing. They're just silver.
No, then they're coated with like a steel or stainless steel or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was going to play with the poly beads that you heat up and see if I can coat them with that, and
Mm-hmm. Well, no. If it's the stainless steel, they should be okay. It's
Right.
if there's ever a breach in that stainless steel is when there's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's when they'll swell up and then crack open, and then it's over.
Yeah. I got no problem coating something in a little silicone or something and waiting 24 hours before I do it.
Yeah. I mean, is it Alternative Reef? I mean, he does stuff like that. He puts them in and then fills it up with silicone around it. Just seals it in.
Well, Murph just made a whole bunch of little tiny, like 5-plug holder, 4x4 on the egg crate.
Yep.
So he spent his time. What'd you coat them with, Murph?
What's that? The magnets?
Yeah.
I didn't coat them with nothing. I've never had one rust on me.
Are they ceramic magnets?
The ceramic.
Yeah. Oh, they're fine. They're fine.
Yeah, if you have ceramic magnets and they start to rust, that means it's pulling the rust out of the water.
Right.
It's pulling out of the water. That's the only.
I imagine they probably will eventually, but I don't plan on having them in there that long.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it where they pull it out, and I mean, that rust just wipes right off.
Right.
But yeah, it's actually pulling it out of the water.
That's cool. There's a lot to know about magnets and in different hobbies, and I play guitar, so I play around with guitar pickups, and there's all different kinds of magnets, and there's ceramic magnets, and there's Alnico magnets, and they all have different flux patterns, and it's the way they affect the vibration of the strings and things like that. But salt water is never included in the guitar. Hopefully.
Well, neodymium are really strong. I mean, that's pumps just back in the day they didn't use neodymium. That's just more of a recent thing as everybody's gotten this quest to be more efficient. They needed stronger magnets.
You use them in the alarm industry all the time too, because we have reed switches and magnets on door contacts and things like that. And we have these tiny little discs now that we can hide in a vinyl window, and you won't even see them. Just to, nobody wants to see anything, but they want all this stuff. The whole world's going wireless. I'm going to be out of work soon.
Yeah, once that what is it, Starlink, the SpaceX project where they're putting like 17,000 satellites in the sky to blanket the world in high-speed internet.
Oh, wow. I found a Google picture of how many active and inactive satellites are orbiting this Earth, and it just looks like, I'm surprised the sun shines through.
I know. It's crazy. And I mean,
crap up there.
There's someone who's got to calculate every single satellite's orbit,
right,
so that they don't run into anything. And then when they shoot a rocket up, it's got to miss all of them on its way up. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they're going to have 17,000 of these things up there, and they're all the size of like a high school textbook.
Wow.
Yeah, they're real small.
Yeah, they got some up there bigger than school buses too. So
yeah, they got some that big too. Yeah, for sure.
That's amazing. And when they run out of steam or whatever, and if one falls out of orbit, it could take out 100 on the way in.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. What was that movie, Space Cowboys? That was funny, where they had to go up and fix the satellite.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, it was all the old guys.
Yeah, I remember it was
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I remember, and Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, it was a great movie. I liked it.
I just don't remember the movie.
Yeah, they had to go fix up an old Russian satellite.
Oh.
That was falling out of orbit or something.
Before my days, I don't know.
Yeah, you're a youngster.
Oh no, this
Dave,
is not that old.
How old are you, Dave?
I'm 55.
Okay, so I'm coming on 50 myself. So
yeah, it's not that old a movie, Murph. The funny thing was that these guys were like, back in the days of NASA, in the beginning of NASA, and they missed their shot to go to the moon because they sent a chimp instead, so their team didn't go. And now as older senior citizens, almost they all got their shot to go up and fix this satellite
because the satellite's super old, and they're the only ones that knew
technology. So it's a good movie if you get to watch it. It's called Space Cowboys, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Death Mage, how you doing? And AL says not just the satellites, but all the debris too, space debris.
Yeah.
Think about how many Apollo missions went up and left stages floating around,
No, those all come back.
Oh, did they? And then burn up?
Yeah, they all come back. They don't even burn up. They fall into the ocean.
Okay.
Yeah. Those stages fall into the ocean. It's just like, have you ever watched a SpaceX launch? The first stage, I mean, those fly back.
Right.
And then afterwards, there's the fairings that come off, and they land. They just fall right into the ocean. That's why that
has to be calculated as well.
Absolutely, they have to calculate that.
Yeah.
When we did Reefapalooza, California, just back here in October, there was on Sunday night, during breakdown, they did a SpaceX launch, and me, the guys from Aqua Forest, the guys from Abyss, because they're from Europe. I figured they had probably never seen something like that.
Right.
So we went up on the top of the parking structure and watched it. It's it's a hell of a light show when they launch them in the evenings.
Yeah.
But cool. You literally can watch it fall back to Earth, and then it starts firing the jets to try to slow down and everything.
Aren't there new ones that return to the launching pad too?
Yeah, we watched it. We watched it return. Because you can see it because it's got jets kind of trying to position it so that it comes back to where it needs to be.
That's cool.
It's really impressive.
Death Mage is going back into the military to join the Space Force.
Space Force.
Wasn't NASA supposed to be starting to explore the oceans instead of the space now?
They know more about space than they know about the oceans.
Well, I mean, I thought they changed the NASA from outer space to inner ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I heard that somewhere.
But I haven't seen nothing about it in years, though. And I heard it like 10 or 15 years ago.
They just want to go get all their old crap out of the ocean.
That's probably what it is. It's all there.
They lost one of the aliens in the ocean. Came back.
That's it.
I mean, maybe they foresaw that we were going to have Space Force.
Yeah, that's funny.
Isn't it?
NASA can only do what they have money for, which means a little closer to home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all these satellites are being launched by SpaceX. And then, if they want to send astronauts into space, they got to put them on a Russian rocket.
Wow. So that's how we went from reefing to NASA, because NASA is going to be taking care of the reefs from now on. And some of the old engines and stuff from it might be coral reefs now. So
oh, I'm sure they are.
Hang on.
This is the first stage Montipora from the Pacific.
Oh, I just had a bad joke. I'm not even going to say it out loud.
Just say it.
Nah, it was horrible.
Will it get me
That's
blocked?
all the better.
No.
No photos like your stream last night, all right? We had a lot of fun on Pat's stream last night. It was like so unplanned.
I missed that one.
Impromptu. Yeah, you missed a good one.
We were teasing Fishy Snowman. He was talking about the 70s, and you know, he lived down by CBGB's, and he was talking about all the clubs he went to growing up. So we were having a good time putting pictures of John Travolta up from Saturday Night Fever.
Oh, boy.
And then because his name's the Snowman, we went like leaned into the cocaine a little bit, you know, because he's a snowman. So the Scarface pictures were going up.
Oh, yeah. That was the one thing about the 70s. Cocaine.
Yep. But he said that's not why he's the snowman. He's the snowman because he likes the snowmobile.
Ah.
He, you know, takes vacation time in the winter and goes north, like up into Canada, and rides his snowmobile.
Yep.
That's what he likes to do.
So has anybody got their hands on one of those new Kessel lights yet?
Which one is that? The 360?
The 380X?
380? No. I thought it was a 360X.
Is it a 360X? I thought it was a 380X. Oh, 380's. Sorry, 380 is the horticulture one. So yeah, the 360X.
No, I've not even seen one. But
I saw one at Aquatic Experience, and I started talking to the guy that was at the booth, and I don't know if it was the regular guy's day off or whatever. I don't know the gentleman's name, but he didn't seem to have a lot of information to tell me about it. So I kept it moving. It was cool because they had one light kind of up high, and it had a lot of spread. There was like a 4-foot tank with one light on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. They showed one. We actually raffled one off last night at our meeting. I'm still waiting to hear back from our club member how he likes it, but yeah,
a lot of people like the Kessel for that shimmer.
Yep.
Hey Rico, what's the matter, Rico? Not feeling good? He's got the green sick emoji.
Yeah, his video today said he wasn't feeling good.
Yeah. Yeah, he was looking big tech now.
Yeah, my phone was dying. It went to low power mode, so then I had to shut that off so the camera would come back on. And it's plugged in now, though.
I think that scape's nice too. I like the way you got a lot of shelf, a lot of potential.
Yeah, just need stuff to put on them.
Don't rush it.
No, not
the room.
yeah, it's not going anywhere.
102 fever. Wow, that's not good, Rico.
Jeez.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
Man, when I have 102 fever, all I want to do is sleep. Certainly, I don't want to watch YouTube. Go to sleep, Rico.
You know how they always told us, like, if your fever's over like 101 or 102, you need to go to the hospital. I took my daughter.
Sit in the hospital with a bunch of other sick people.
Yeah, my daughter had her fever. It was like 101 one time, and they're like, "Oh, she didn't need to come here unless it's like 103 and a half degrees." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, kids can go a little higher than adults can.
My little guy was 103, took him in, he had pneumonia.
Yeah. So it's good that you did that.
Mm-hmm.
You got some big fish in there, Dwight.
Yeah.
There are, yeah.
Some big tangs.
Yep.
If you can power train them to go to
How many gallons is that tank?
Yeah. It's a 180.
180, okay.
Yeah, there's my OG. The yellow tang's my OG in that tank.
He's not even as big as the hippo.
No. A hippo I got like a month after the yellow tang.
Yeah.
It's gone through a couple of bouts of ick. It's a trooper.
Every time one swims by, it's like that one's bigger than the last one.
Yeah.
It's a big sail fin you got too.
Yeah, it's the biggest in there. Especially when it flares.
Yeah. How's the trigger?
Good. Yeah, he's still a model citizen.
That's great. I do want one. I just don't want to, I think my tank's full for the size, not even being 4 feet long. I think I'm done. I got to go 6 feet. Yeah. And that's really the only other fish I want to put in there is some kind of trigger. I saw a pink tail. I thought that was pretty cool.
They reef safe?
I don't know. I thought he was cool.
I think they are. I think that was one of the ones that were safer.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically if the mouth points up, they're reef safe. If it points straight, then they're not.
Oh, really?
Like that clown that I keep seeing at my LFS that I want to buy so bad.
Aren't they beautiful, though?
Oh, man.
Do you mean like the triggers that seem to have an underbite? But
Yes.
pointing up? Yeah.
So those ones are the ones that are reef safe.
Okay, that's a good, easy way to remember.
But they'll still eat shrimp.
Yeah. I don't like my coral banded that much anymore. He kills all the other shrimp that I put in there. I put cleaner shrimp in there. He just tears them apart. You see the pieces laying there the next day. Can't catch them, though.
Just pull the rock out. It's under.
Yeah.
It stays on it all the way up.
Not mine.
No, mine does.
I had to catch a peppermint shrimp once, and I was going to work, and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. I was going to work in Brooklyn, and Reefing with O wanted him because he was an Aptasia killer. So I just said, well, let me give it a shot. It's 5 in the morning. I got like 15 minutes before I have to leave. I just put some pellet food in a net, put the net in the tank. He jumped right in.
Wow.
I got him to I said, get him out of the bag quick because he's got some pellets in there with him. Water's polluted.
In the chat, I couldn't put the actual name of the trigger because remember last time it didn't like that.
Yeah, YouTube like blocks funny things. They don't understand reefing. Let's just start there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a country also.
I know.
It didn't matter. And it wasn't blocked by anybody. It was actually like a YouTube, a Google moderator or something came out of nowhere. Like a bot.
Took my thing right down.
Yep. Slapped him right on the wrist.
Yep.
Oh, they call them vampire triggers too. It's when they get older, they get the red teeth.
Yeah. His are starting to get red. Hers, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The males have longer streamers. Is
that how you tell?
I think so. Unless you got somebody who nips fins, then you'll never know.
Yeah.
Death Mage has a couple of triggers. I think she's got the blue throat and the Niger.
What a stupid coral auction site on Reef to Reef, man. Gotta keep refreshing the stupid thing every 20 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Coral banded just looks like they want to fight. Yeah.
Yep.
No fish will ever let them clean them either. The way they come at them, like yeah.
Yeah. Box. That's why they call them boxer shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine. I have the red fire shrimp, and then the coral banded, and they have their little spots right beside each other.
Wow.
Quite surprised. Yeah.
I put a regular cleaner in there when I was breaking down the nano. I had a cleaner shrimp. I threw him in there, and he was like gone the next day, just torn up.
Hmm.
And he was the most friendly one too. I used to put my hand in there and get right in my hand.
Yeah.
Kind of miss that guy. I got the fire shrimp in the softy tank. They're okay. If I want to see them, I feed the tank.
Yeah, I know. They're exactly the same
They
here.
come running out like rodents.
Yeah. And I'm fighting diatoms right now in the sand.
It's funny how that just happens.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter about flow or anything. I get it all the time. I just stir it up. Just keep it moving.
Is that what you do? Just keep
Yeah.
stirring it? Okay.
Yeah, I have an acrylic rod. I just get in there and stir it up.
Okay.
Releases little particles up into the, feeds the coral.
Yeah.
I kind of do it just before lights out if I'm thinking about it. It's kind of like, free reef lights.
I will try that.
It'll come back the next day. It'll just
yeah. But eventually it will go away, I guess. But
yeah, I don't even know.
Ugly to look at.
It is. Everybody likes white sand.
Yep.
Billy used to have good luck with vibrant.
Yeah, I used it when I had a hair algae and bubble algae and stuff, and it cleared everything right out.
Yeah. But it's not cheap, and that's a lot of gallons, and you have a couple of systems tied in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you got that? 260s?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
like
a lot of gallons to
300
treat.
gallons.
Does anybody know what's in that vibrant? For sure, have they ever released what's truly in it?
I heard it was a carbon source and a bacteria, but I don't know exactly what's in it.
I don't know, but it worked, I tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I always wonder what price you're going to pay later.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys over there, I mean, they're like custom tank builders. So I don't know how much science is really going into this stuff, and it's weird that it works like no other bacteria works.
It could be a bottle of Dr. Tim's with a teaspoon of sugar in it, for all I know. But
yeah, I mean, it could be, but I mean, it's just weird that it works in ways that the others don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it leads me to think there's got to be something else in it.
Yep. I mean, Psychedelic Babe killed all the bubble algae in her tank in about a month using it.
Yeah. Wow.
So then she took her tank down because of other problems. But I mean, Billy Pipes used it faithfully until he's running into a lot of issues with his newer tank, but his older tank just ran like clockwork.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't blame that on the vibrant. But I guess if you stopped using it, it's a carbon source, and you might hit a little brick wall if
right.
you just stop cold turkey. Yeah, I have bubble algae in my soft coral tank, but not in my main display. And I think as soon as it forms anywhere, my fox face will get it. There was actually a bird nest colony that had like 2 little bubbles like way in the core of it that nobody could get at. So I just got in there with a little weird tweezer and just popped them out of there.
Yeah, it's popping up in my 25-gallon now.
Mm.
Well, I had bubble algae, and then I used the vibrant, and I've never had it again since. That's over a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Bobby, it's called Vibrant, and it's not the Aqua Vitro one. The Aqua Vitro makes something that sounds like Vibrant, and it's something completely different.
It's from a company, UWC, maybe Underwater Creations, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to get them to ship. Like, I had to get it right from them because nobody in Canada had it.
Has anyone here used Bill Wan's calcium reactor?
There's nothing special about it.
Okay.
I know Richard Ross has one. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the fact that it doesn't have any thumb screws. But,
Pet peeve we were talking about the other night.
Yeah, it's my pet peeve. It's one of the few. But I just think I think there are other calcium reactors that are no worse. I mean, they're not. His calcium reactors are overpriced for what they are. But that's because everyone's a custom build.
Okay.
But you can get Geo to make you one.
So Rico always says good things about the Geo reactors. So.
Yeah, but they got thumb screws, so I would never buy one.
Made from all PVC.
Calcium reactor is one of those things you don't throw around, so it doesn't really, as long as it holds water. I mean, don't get me wrong, he goes the extra mile. They're not the most beautiful. I mean, so it's made out of PVC. The lid is actually a union. It's not really a lid. It's just a union with that he's cut the top of it off, right, and sealed it up to make so that it is a screw on top.
Mm-hmm.
But they're good. I mean, if you got the money and you like the look of it, just get it. But there's other calcium reactors that work absolutely just as good.
All right, guys, I'm off to bed. You all have a good night.
All right,
bud.
Good night.
Night. Yep.
Where's Reefing with O tonight?
I don't
know. I think I would go with maybe a DeStocco reactor over Bill Wan's reactor. And you might even save some money.
So Paul found the Vibrant ingredients. It says 95% cultured bacteria blend, 1% amino acids, 0.5% vinegar. This is used as the preservative. 3.5% other ingredients, RODI water.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that other 3.5%, what those other ingredients are. And
which cultured bacteria is it?
Yeah.
I don't think the cultured bacteria matters because other people have different cultured bacteria. I mean, Microbacter 7 has 7 different bacterias in it. I mean, they're bacterias. I'm just, because it has the reaction it has to algae, yeah, I just don't think it can be just bacteria that's doing that.
And that little bit of vinegar doesn't sound like much because vinegar, as far as carbon dosing, is the weakest one.
Yeah.
Correct. And it's not starving out algae. It's killing the algae.
Yeah.
So what in there is doing that? I don't know. Maybe it's was a fluconazole. If you think about it, I mean, the volume, you can put an awful lot of fluconazole in that bottle and still be under that 3%.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. But you need a lot of fluconazole to kill bubble algae because people have been experimenting with it and they're taking the normal dose and doing it 4 times and saying it has an effect on bubble algae. So I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, I was just using fluconazole as an example. Like I said, I don't know what's in it.
I don't know what's chemically.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that, because it's not available in on any of the online stores, is it? Vibrant?
No, I don't think so.
You can't get it at like Bulk Reef Supply or Marine Depot.
Yeah, I don't think so. I see it on Amazon and eBay, but yeah, I don't see it at it.
Amazon and eBay, because it's coming direct from them. Because if it goes into Bulk Reef Supply or Marine Depot, they need to know exactly what's in it. Right. Because they have to have the MSD report on file in case someone gets sick and needs to know what's in it. And that's my feeling as to why it's not on there, because there's something in it that they don't want anybody to know about.
Yeah.
True. They, but
and
if
for
they told
me,
us,
that's scary.
Yeah. Who knows? Well, like I said, what's in ChemiClean? I mean, I was doing a little research, and I know that if you buy peroxide in a powdered form, it's a yellow powder. So it makes me think it's peroxide.
Yeah. But Marine Depot would know what's in ChemiClean.
Right.
Because there's an MSD sheet on it.
Right. Drink it, say you were sick, and get informed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just pour it in the fish tank. Who cares?
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't see any ill effect from it, but I mean, I don't have a tank full of SPS or anything.
Right.
Right. Like I said, we went through this years ago, when we got red bugs in SPS decades ago, and everybody started dosing Interceptor,
right,
which killed the red bugs, but also killed your acro crabs. And next thing you know, now everyone's got acro-eating flatworms because the crabs were keeping the flatworms in check before. Right. And now there was nothing there to defend the coral.
Every action has a reaction.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I wonder.
So I tell everybody who's done a fluconazole treatment has ended up with either cyano or not diatoms, the dinos afterwards.
Yeah. Well, you're getting rid of the problem, not the cause of the problem.
Right. That's why I'm trying to inform people not to use it on hair algae, to make it a last step.
Yeah. I mean, if it's that or tear down the tank, then I understand. But
yeah. Bryopsis is a problem. That's not an easy get rid of.
That's not an easy one to get rid of.
That's why I've always said, if it's bryopsis and you've tried a bunch of other things, raising the mag and things like that, and getting the right kind of algae eaters in there, and it still doesn't work, fluconazole.
Yeah.
But don't just everybody's slapping hair algae with it, and then they're going to be coming back saying, now I got this, now I got that. It's an antibiotic. Our systems run on a bacterial filtration system, and you're putting an antibiotic in there. Think about it.
Exactly. That's why I was really always hated those red slime removers.
Yeah. So, I'm doing fluconazole in my frag tank, not in my whole system. I'm dosing Fritz Zyme 9 the whole time and trying to stay on top of it, but we'll see what happens. There's nothing in the frag tank that I would cry if I lost it. Let's just say.
Right.
You still have it isolated?
Yeah, it's still isolated. I'm going to do a water change on it tomorrow because it's been 2 weeks. All of it's white, but there's still some like on the glass and places. I mean, it's white, it's dead, but none of the cleanup crew can actually get to it to clear it out. My emerald crabs tore up all of the white stuff that they can reach.
Yeah.
So I'm going to scrape it all down tomorrow and do a water change. And I'm actually not even going to put fresh water into it. I'm going to take like 10 gallons out and then turn the pump on and put 10 gallons of my system water back into it and do water change on my system.
Yeah.
So this way I've got seasoned water going back in. You know, it's such a small system. I don't want to just crash it or change it too abruptly. But I did leave my lights on one day, full. I came home from work, the lights were out, and I just wanted to take a picture because I was doing daily pictures on Instagram. So I turned on the Mars Aqua and I cranked up the lights. I took the picture and I just shut the timer back off and went about my business. So the next day, timer came on. White lights were at like 80% all day until I came home and I said, oh no. So my Monty Caps didn't really like that.
No.
But I have plenty of them. I have a nice big colony in the tank that I always have to snap pieces off of. That's where those frags came from.
I'm sure those white spots will just get filled back over.
Yeah, if it gets happy.
Yeah.
The first thing when I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, do I have bugs? You know, like, what do they go?
Yeah.
Like nudibranchs, you know, the ones that like Montipora. Then it just dawned on me. I was like, oh, there was that day
Yeah.
where the sun was really bright.
That'll do it.
And like I said, I haven't been dosing the tank. I've just been topping it off with kalkwasser. And the amount of top off I've been going through has been absorbent, but it is a tank with a lot of SPS in it. So kalkwasser probably ain't cutting it. But if it gets too difficult, I'm not going to do it. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm honest with myself, right?
Yep.
And having the HANA DKH tester has got to be the easiest alkalinity test there is on the planet, but it's still nice.
Now there's one easier.
Is there?
Yeah. Electronic.
No. Well, that too, but the Lamont test kit.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Never heard of it.
So Lamont is kind of like HANA. They're a big testing company for water testing and everything. You know, I mean, it's high grade stuff.
Right.
And Marine Depot sells their alkalinity test kit. Now, the calcium one sucks. It's very difficult, but the alkalinity is accurate. I mean, it'll repeat tests just like the HANA will. I mean, just as accurate. But all you do is you drop a pill, 5 milliliters of water. You drop a pill in there. It takes about 30 seconds for the pill to dissolve, and then you start dripping the titration in it while shaking it. And once it changes, there you go. There's your reading.
HANA's easier.
No, the HANA takes longer.
Nah.
Yes.
But you're not. Yeah.
Oh, you're still dripping and waiting for a change. With the HANA, you're squirting in the syringe full of stuff, shaking it, and waiting for a reading.
But you can actually do it faster than you can do the HANA.
Right. But to me, it's not doing the test. To me, it's actually just cleaning everything and putting it away.
Correct. All of that. That's what I'm talking about. We're counting all of that.
Right.
And that's why I stopped using the HANA, because you got to go in there and then you got to clean it out, because if you don't clean that little jar thing out, the cuvee I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
Cuvette.
It gets a film on it, and then that messes with your test.
Right. I keep meaning to buy them because they have the ones for maple syrup. There's $25 for 25 of them, and I keep meaning to just buy them and make sure they're the same thing. I can't imagine why they wouldn't be, but they say they're for the maple syrup tester, which I don't own one of those. I haven't had the need for that one yet, but they're $1 a piece. They don't have a cap, but that's all right. I don't think the caps go bad.
No. Yeah, you got caps with your test kit, so.
Yeah. But just to have 25 of them, I mean, it's worth the investment. If it works, great. If not,
absolutely.
$25 on something on a reef tank, that's like non-existent worry.
Yeah.
Yep.
$25 in this hobby is just like, I gave it a shot. What are we talking? A bottle of Vibrant's $50, right? We were just talking about that.
$70 in Canada.
Wow.
Wow. Well, somebody's going to end up testing it, figuring out what's in it.
Yeah.
I know who I can get to test it. Okay.
Send it over to the Fritz lab.
Well, that's one.
Yeah.
That's one. There is another big company that I know one of the owners of, and they do a lot of testing of everybody else's stuff too. So
Jessica got me the other day. She posted something on Facebook that she was with somebody and she checked in at Fishtown, USA, which is in Queens. And I was like, "You're in town and you didn't call me up. We could have got together or whatever." She goes, "Oh, I'm not in town. I was just, working with him on the phone." And I was like, "Oh, all right." She's a sweetheart. So if she was in town, I definitely want to know.
Good night, Lisa.
yeah, it's kind of funny how she's the East Coast rep and she lives here.
Yeah, she lives over there. Yeah, somebody had to do it. Maybe I can get a job. I'll have to call Sean. I'll be the new
There you
East
go.
rep.
Yeah.
I've sold enough Fritz. I think I should
I don't know if they have a West Coast rep right now, so you could be the West Coast rep.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, her and Wendy worked the East Coast, I think. She was training Wendy at the last show.
Oh, maybe Wendy's the new West Coast rep.
Right. Because she came over from P.E. Mises.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know where she lives, but
Well, P.E. Mises is in Canada, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't know, but she was a rep for them.
They capture P. Mises right from the lake in my backyard here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okanagan Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Because I know all the people, I mean, I know the owner and his family, they all live in Canada.
Huh. Well, I guess they need reps here because they're at every show.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, but they're usually coming from Canada. I had never seen her work their booth, so I don't know.
No, she was at Reefapalooza, New York.
Okay.
That's at their booth in the summer.
Gotcha.
At the Fritz booth. Yeah.
No, she was at
No? Oh, she was at the P. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I walked in, I was one of the first people in the door, and I walked over there, and they gave me a whole can of their new flake food, which was cool.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they have their new flake food.
It was a really brittle, like crispy flake. That's all I could tell was different. My fish eat anything, so it was neat. And I walked back over to the booth, and I remember talking to her about it. And then there she was, there with Jessica at the last show, the Aquatic Experience. And Jess said it was tough for her because of, she's talking about SKUs, and I guess that's products, different products.
Yeah.
Every product has a SKU, so even if you got Fritz Zyme 9, if you got 7 different size bottles, they're all a separate SKU. So,
yep.
So she said something about P. Mises had, say, 10, and they have 110. So,
yeah, I mean, it's hard to make money when you're working on commission, and
yep.
You know, it's when you're selling direct, and that's when getting a distributor makes a lot more sense.
Right.
When you don't have very many SKUs.
Mm-hmm.
Because people like to one-stop shop.
Yeah. I do it. You know, yeah. I find myself buying most of my stuff on Amazon, to be honest, unless the price is different.
Right.
But when I first made my reflux video, I found the reflux at Amazon for $15, and it's $15 at Bulk Reef Supply, but it was free shipping at Amazon, and I do most of my shopping at Amazon, so that's where I bought it from. But I went to get a link for my 2-week update, and it's not $15 anymore. It's $25. In 2 weeks, it's gone up from
Yeah,
15
that's
to
what
25.
that's what happens on Amazon is prices fluctuate.
Yep.
You know, I brought my Prodibio from Amazon, and like it was probably 40% less than what Bulk Reef Supply was selling it for.
Yeah.
And then the next time it was like 50% higher.
Right. And I always leave Amazon links on my videos whenever I'm using a product. Just this is where I got it from. And yes, they're affiliated links, but I got to keep going back and checking them because the damn laser that I have for killing Aptasia, every time I click on the link, it's a different laser. It's not the one I'm using.
Oh.
Which is annoying if somebody watches the video and they trust in the link that I left there. And you got to check those links because they call it a 5-watt laser, but it's a 0.5 watt. And Inappropriate Reefer was using one that was half that, and it wasn't working as well. So I clicked on the link, and it was actually the one that Inappropriate Reefer had used. And I was like, well, that's not what the video is about. So,
wow. Yeah, I borrowed one from a friend. I'm not a big fan of them.
It comes back. They come back unless you can.
They come back with more. It seems.
You can annoy them though. I have some pallies I keep in check in my SPS tank because I just can't get the rock out.
Yeah.
I don't kill them. It doesn't kill them, but it does keep them annoyed.
Yeah.
Because I have those, they call them pink and golds. I don't know what they're calling them now. Every time I see them at a frag swap, they're a different name, but they're the gold colored ones that just explode in your tank if they're happy. They're pretty, but they'll fill your tank if you let them.
Yeah.
So I went through great lengths to get them all out of my tank, and there's maybe 4 heads hiding in there now, but there's still 4 heads. Because I just keep zapping.
Right.
Resilient little suckers.
Yeah, I got some Bergia, but my Lobophilias keep eating them.
Yeah, I got 3
every
from
time. They come out at night, and at night the Lobophilia are open.
Right.
And, they try to cruise past, and they're toast.
I only saw them the night I got them from Sabella and put them in. That was the last time I saw them. But when I got the laser, I was like, all right, let's kill some Aptasia. I'm looking in the tank. I was like, I don't have any. So they must have survived enough to really impact it.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I had one on my frag rack last night, and the next morning, today, there was nothing. There was no Aptasia on it anymore.
Yep. Something got it. I used to have a peppermint shrimp that was great at it until he got up on my purple stylo and was just plucking polyps right in front of me. I was like, no way.
Yeah, that's the problem is when they run out of food, what else do they eat?
Yeah. He was trying stuff, and he liked purple stylo.
Wow.
Yeah, I had like 2 fingers. There was a nice little split frag, and it was down to just a little nub that had polyps left on it. So I cut it off and saved it, and it's quadrupled in size. It's bigger than the original frag by like 3 times. So it's one of those things that grow well for me.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it a night.
Okay.
It's good talking to you guys.
Good to see you, too.
You too.
All right. Take
Have
care.
a good night.
Good night. I know K-Town's not going anywhere. It's only 9 o'clock, right?
Exactly.
That's good.
I don't understand what Diacanthus is saying. So my Regals said absolutely not to my bubble coral. Not enough movement to keep them away. What are Regals? Oh, the
Tang.
Tang? Oh, okay.
Not enough movement to keep them away. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Explain.
Let me see.
Can Dave not see what I write?
Oh, you know, Paul, I can see you. I'm just not. I was trying to read something you wrote, and it looked like you were going back and forth with somebody else, so I didn't even read it. If you ask me a question, let me scroll back up.
Yeah, I was looking too. I don't see it. Okay, well, ask away now, Paul. He's got your full attention, or you have his full attention.
I'm scrolling now, so if he asks, let me know.
Yeah, I will. Earlier I was, but that was a long time ago. Well,
Oh, okay.
yeah, because I scrolled up quite a ways, didn't see anything.
There's good people in the chat. You'll soon, after you come in here a few times, you'll see people answering questions, and you can kind of tell the ones that are answering a lot of questions are probably good people to get advice from.
Yeah.
Not saying that everybody in every chat has good advice, but you know, everybody's got some experience. Jimi Hendrix once said you can learn something. He could learn something by watching anyone play guitar. So,
yeah.
And that's Jimi Hendrix.
Exactly.
So that has nothing to do with reefing, but
yeah.
It's the message.
I think the guys on here, if they're going to answer a question, it's because they have a pretty good idea of an answer.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all doing the same thing. We're all just bumping around trying to figure out how this reef tank thing works.
Yeah. Exactly. So what's the difference between, you said something earlier and it made me want to ask you this question. What's the difference between dinos and diatoms?
Oh, well, dinos are like a cyano almost. They get bubbly. There's a slime to them.
Oh, okay.
It's a whole bacteria imbalance. They could be brown, they could be green, they could be red.
Oh, okay.
But it's like cyano that chemically doesn't kill is what it looks like. And it gets lots of bubbles in it. You don't want that. So dosing a lot of bacteria and using a UV sterilizer is the way to, a lot of guys have battled that. There's also something called Dino X. And dinos are terrible.
Yeah.
Diatoms come and go.
Yeah, I think it's diatoms I have then.
Oh,
It's not like a,
That's just some imbalance or something happening, and you don't even know what it is. I seem to think sometimes it's when you're dosing in certain chemicals and they hit your tank and precipitate in a certain area, and that just gets in the sand and changes things. Like it may kill the bacteria in that one little spot of sand, and diatoms have to appear again.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Or something turned it over, and it's, you know, something that's never been exposed to light before finally gets to the top, and diatoms have to grow on it, because diatoms just have to grow on everything new.
Yeah. Yeah, just the brown kind of coating. Yeah.
Dusting. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Okay, now I understand you, Diacanthus. Totally makes sense now.
Here's a Hangouts link. I know Lisa was in here dropping the bit.ly before. I didn't pick it up.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to come in and chit chat. I'm not even really that tired, but I did wake up at noon. Well, after Pat's stream, I watched some television. I put the light on my Nano.
So you didn't get to bed till late?
No, I was playing. Might have been 3 a.m.
Yeah. I have a hard time sleeping in with kids.
Yeah. I'm like
4
years old, he can get his own damn breakfast.
Yeah. I don't understand. Like I always like. Okay, you can. It's a weekend. You can sleep in. No, sun's up. They got to be up. It's like they don't want to miss a single minute of the day. You know.
Yeah. Not on school days though, right?
Well, no. Even on school day, my youngest one. So I get up at 6, and 90% of the time, I hear him up at about 5:45. He's up before me.
Yeah.
And the odd time I have to wake him up for school, but yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So with the dinos, will ChemiClean get rid of dinos or not get rid of dinos?
No,
Oh,
that's
okay.
how you know. That's
That's how you know it's okay.
That's how you know it's not cyano.
It's not
There's
cyano.
snot. Yes.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is snot cyano.
yeah.
There's a microscope test. If you have a microscope, they look completely different.
Okay.
I just don't have one yet. That's on one of my lists of things I want, but I just wonder once I get it, how often am I going to use it? I know Reef Keeper bought a cheaper one. Like I forget what he called it, but he just said it was inexpensive. It's almost just above toy level, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it did work when he was trying to see if it was dinos. He could tell, but I kind of like the one Business Reef has.
That's an expensive one. Yeah.
$100.
Oh, is that all it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
But the one I was looking at either has the one eyepiece or a USB camera. You can put one or the other in. I think Business has the binocular, so you can use both eyepieces and the camera at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So, but the camera's cool.
Yeah.
I like when Business does his little videos. See all the little critters climbing around.
He hasn't done a video in forever.
Yeah. Well, people get busy.
No, I know.
Winter's here.
winter's coming, Stark.
Yeah. I want my last 7 episodes. Speaking of that.
I want them bad. Springtime.
Yeah. That's what they said last year.
I know. I don't know why they didn't release it, but I guess they had a reason.
Yeah, well, there's such a big budget for that show, too. The way they travel.
Yeah.
7 locations worldwide, and just to do one stupid show,
It's crazy.
But you can go down a wormhole on YouTube and watch all of the people who are trying to debunk things and tell you different things about it. And it's interesting getting some of the backstory from people who've read the books, things that were said. But I watched one on how many Valyrian swords were known about. It was a really good, interesting video. They got into backstories and side stories. And
so how do you find that on YouTube? Like, how did you find that?
It just popped up. I don't even know what it was. It was just like a suggestion on the side. And I think the first one I watched was the 7 most badass scenes or something of Game of Thrones. And so I watched that. So now they keep suggesting more to me.
Yeah. Hey, Paul.
What's up, Paul?
Dave, can you send the link, please?
Yeah. A lot of people have trouble with the links. If you've never installed or updated Google Hangouts on your phone, it will try to go. It will try to go, and sometimes it will work, and you just won't have all the features.
Well, I guess I could. Oh no, I don't. I can't do that. Never mind.
Sometimes if it actually brings you to a Play Store, or it looks like you're a loading page, and you don't actually get into the Hangouts, look for 3 dots at the top right, and click on those and drop down and see if there's something called Desktop App. I think it's called Desktop App. And click on that, and it might bring you right in. And you got to be holding your phone long ways so you can do all the accepting. If you're holding landscape, you won't see a lot of things you got to click on too. Yeah, Game of Thrones was a great show. I was talking to some woman about it, and she goes, "That's a guy show." And I was like, "Well, I'm a guy."
Yeah. My wife loves it too.
Yeah. Well, my girlfriend I got her into it.
Yeah.
It was like season 4 was going on, and they were doing the marathon on HBO, and she was over. She said, "What's the show?" I said, "Well, let's watch it from the beginning." And, at the end of the first episode, she's like, I don't know if I really like this. I was like, watch one more. If you still say that, then,
Then that's fine, but give it a chance. Yeah. How would you describe it? Like there's a lady at work who's never seen it. I'm trying to describe, like in a quick synopsis of what it's about.
Sword fights and naked ladies.
Pretty much. I was trying to be a little more appealing for her.
Yeah. Knights of the Round Table, Roman Empire kind of thing, Yeah,
it's like the 7 kingdoms, and they're all trying to gain power of the kingdoms, and
it's just a lot of backstories. It's really interesting. Hey, Dre, Dave's Nano Tank. I'm drilling my new tank tomorrow. Any tips? This will be my first tank I've drilled. Lots of YouTube videos. I would watch more than one. If you're using a cordless drill, this is my little trick. I don't know how thick you're drilling, but a lot of the cordless drills have clutches on them. So if you're setting screws, the drill won't spin out the screw tip. So set the clutch as light as possible. And this way, in case the drill binds, the drill won't jump out. You know what I mean? It won't skip or twist or crack your glass or bend your drill bit. The drill will absorb all of that. Make sure lots of water. Check it before you even start that if it's tempered glass or not. It's real easy with polarized glasses in a cell phone. Just go slow and don't force it. Don't push it. Let the weight of the drill do the drilling. And keep it cool. Keep it wet.
Yep. Yeah, I did the Murphy thing with the plumber's putty around the hole and like a dam. That's the way I did it. When I did mine, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
To keep it wet.
Let's see if I can Bitly this link. Sometimes
I have the Bitly, but I don't have your email to email it to you, because Lisa emailed it to me.
Oh, well, can you post it in the chat? Do you have a wrench here?
No.
Oh, well, make a comment and you will.
I'll go on my computer and post it.
All right, you have a wrench.
Okay, I'll post it.
Have a temporary wrench.
There we go. Just till I post it. Okay, where's my mail? Where's Lisa?
What's on everyone's fish link? Oh, I just explained the whole thing, Luke.
Hello?
Hello, Paul.
There you are.
Oh, I was on mute the whole time. And I was
There you go.
I was wondering where you are.
But yeah, I was gonna say I tried to get into GOT, but I don't know. I typically like that kind of show, but I don't know. I tried so hard to. It was like,
Oh, if you're trying hard, then it's not for you.
Then it's not for
Like I
you.
said, if you give it 3 episodes and you still don't like it, then you probably don't like it.
I guess I'm more into like Arrow, the TV show on CW, and
Yeah, like the
Punisher
Marvels.
and Daredevil, that kind of thing.
Mm.
Yeah.
I like vigilantes, I guess.
Well, you've got every kind of character in that show, but if the format's not your style, then it's not your style.
I have a question for you, Dave, and for you, K-Town. I asked everybody in chat, and it's just kind of interesting to me. I've seen hermit crabs dig their way into the sand and bury themselves, and then later come out. But is it possible that other invertebrate will go into like rock work to survive if water parameters aren't to their liking?
Yeah, because it's the same water in the rock work.
Yeah, that does make sense. Because
hermit crabs digging into the sand, did you say?
They dig all the way to the bottom.
Well, they're probably looking for food.
Maybe. But I found a crab here recently that I thought was dead. Either that or it's a baby, and I don't recall my crabs having babies. I remember I lost a lot of my invertebrate. Because for whatever reason, I'm pretty sure it was something that I did, obviously. But I noticed a little crab Thursday, but I haven't seen him come out of the rockwork at all to feed on some of the small hair algae that's growing. It's just very interesting because other crabs I've had, they don't really care about coming out of the rock. But then again, this one's maybe half the size of my fish. And you saw how small my fish are, so it's very interesting. So it has to be a baby, right, to be that size.
We talking hermit crab or?
No, it's an emerald crab.
Emerald
crab, yeah.
I'm guessing maybe it's not coming out because it's afraid the fish are gonna eat it. I don't know.
Sometimes after they molt, they will hide in the rock.
I hadn't seen him, like I didn't even know it existed in my tank, to be honest.
Or you could have hitchhiked in on something if you bought live rock.
Yeah, but I didn't put anything new in my tank since the death of like all those invertebrates. Like it's just very strange. I've never known that to happen.
No.
But I'm brand new, so like.
Yeah, you might have hitchhiked in on something. I mean, I don't know what, but
it had to have been very, very tiny for it to hitchhike like that. Cause
could have came in on another crab even.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
You got to mute your YouTube, Robert.
Okay, hold on. Let me figure out how to do that.
That worked, obviously. Did you copy it, Dave? Doesn't matter. I got it. So.
Yeah, I copied.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess that would be my first hitchhiker, technically. Then I'm pretty happy to have a 3 emerald crab.
Yep.
It's a good hitchhiker. That's a good thing.
Unless it's not an emerald crab. Now, Robert, you read your Hangouts and we can't hear you. But what I was saying was you can't have YouTube running because there's a delay. So you got to either turn off or mute YouTube. But you have to unmute yourself in here or we won't be able to hear what you're saying. So in the Google Hangout, you need to find the microphone at the top and make sure it's not red.
But yeah, it's just interesting because I've seen snails do the dormant thing, and then they come out of it after a while, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's a month.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
I hear
Yeah,
you.
but
You still have to mute your YouTube.
Yeah.
I got YouTube on my TV. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
That's much better, yeah.
What's up, Robert?
How much? How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Pretty decent, yeah.
Yeah, this is like the second time I'm in Google Hangouts. It never works for me.
How'd you get in? What was the secret?
Whatever K down put down as a good thing.
Yeah. Are you on an Apple device?
No, I'm on a Samsung. I'm LG.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I got that new LG that has the 5 cameras on it.
Wow, how's that working out?
It doesn't like reef tanks.
None of them do.
Yeah, you got to get an orange.
And you can't get nothing to put on it to try to take the blue out because they don't make nothing for it yet.
Oh,
'cause
the
it's
clips
too-
on, right?
Yeah.
You find loose gel filters and cover the lens with that.
Yeah.
Just got to get the orange.
I asked earlier when Billy was going to sell those glasses, but no one ever responded.
I think he's going to sell them at Reefapalooza. But I'm sure he has a bunch of them because, in order to get them printed up, I forget how many hundred he had to buy.
Oh, I'm sure.
You can always contact him through his email, which is billy.pipes@yahoo. I think it's .com. And he'll get back to you. Or just ask him on one of his videos.
Just leave a comment.
We decided that we're going to start another tank.
Oh, yeah? What do you got now?
I got a Red Sea Max 250.
Okay.
And just a little 29-gallon aquarium.
So what's the new tank? What's the new build?
We're gonna get rid of the 29-gallon. We're gonna go to try a SCA 66-gallon.
That's nice.
Okay.
Just for a simple fact that on this 29-gallon, I got to hang on back refugium. It's a pain in the butt to pull out the Kato and mess with it. And if I could just have it all in one system, with the cabinet down or the sump under there,
Mm-hmm.
it'd just be easier.
I got a suggested video yesterday, and it was CJ's video with his 1-year anniversary of the SCA 120. So it was neat that, he was just saying he thought it was a good tank. He'd do it again. So.
Yeah, that's why I looked in the SCA because I don't want to get on the Red Sea because, this tank was like $2,500, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, I don't even like the way the setup is on this tank.
Yeah. So he didn't like the sump layout for what he wanted to do with it. But other than that, he said it was a well-made tank, It came in at a budget compared to like Red Sea.
Yeah, well, you can get a 66-gallon with a protein skimmer and a return pump and all the plumbing for it's like $850.
That's nice.
That's shipped.
Yeah.
Shipped too, yeah.
And it's Starfire glass. Come on, that's a deal.
Yep.
As long as the thing holds water,
I'd love to go on my camera and just show you the blue on this nanocube, but I just don't think it would capture it, so I'm not going to bother. There'll be a video. I'll get it the gel filter and the color right, but there's nothing in it yet to show you, really. Just a piece of live rock. So.
Hey, Dave?
Yeah.
I was thinking about putting new lighting into my BioCube 32, but the only place I've found that has a hood that'll do what I want it to do is Steve's LEDs. Do you know anywhere else?
Why don't you just take the hood off and hang an Ocean Revive over it?
I could, but I'm afraid of fish jumping.
Get a screen top.
And I know it's a curved front. I had to build mine.
Yeah. I just don't know where I can find a custom thing like that that would be within my price range.
Yeah.
No, you get a kit and you make it yourself, basically.
Yeah, but the curved front is a kick.
Yeah, the bow front is hard to find.
Yeah, so if you've got a square top and then you kind of, I don't know, cut a little piece of acrylic in a curve for the front. I don't know how handy you are.
Yeah, I can't do much. I live in an apartment, so.
Right. Don't have the tools.
Yeah.
So, hey, I got a quick question for you guys.
All right.
That BRS dosing pumps they got, have you guys ever tried them?
I haven't, no. I'm a J-Bo guy.
I'm a J-Bo guy, too.
Well, the only reason why I ask is, I'm not the richest person in the world. And right now, those pumps are on sale for like $35 because of the Black Friday sale, their Black Friday thing. So I didn't know, are those worth it? Because I was thinking about when I start that new aquarium to dose 2-part.
Right.
So like 35 per head?
Yeah. So it'd be $70. Plus, you can get a deal right now where you can get the 2 pumps and like a huge amount of the 3-part for like $200.
Huh. Sounds like a deal. And I know that
It's a Black Friday deal.
Yeah, and the BRS stuff is usually high quality, but I don't know from personal experience. I happen to be at a low right now. We usually got more people in here.
Yeah. But it was just a question because I was thinking about it, because we don't right now. I just mainly dose things in my other tank, and I was thinking, man, if I can just start making things easier on me, you know.
Oh, definitely.
Yep.
And if you can get the deal, I mean, you get a higher quality piece of equipment. Yeah, that's the way to go.
Get them. If they don't work, return them. But I don't see why they wouldn't work.
Well, I just didn't know how well they work. You know what I mean? Like,
I really think Jabo, like that's what Dave and I use, and
Yeah,
I mean, it's not the highest quality product in the world, but
they work.
they've been good for me. Yeah.
I'm sure the BRS ones would work just as well, and especially because you're talking about 2-part. You don't have to be too accurate,
Yeah.
Saying they wouldn't be accurate, but if you were dosing something like Triton, I hear you have to be a lot more accurate. But 2-part's pretty easy. If it's off by a mil or two, it's not gonna.
well, see, I thought that would be a good one to start off learning how to do, and then we can go from there and decide what we need to do.
Right.
I just
Carlos,
noticed.
with the Jabo, you get 4 heads.
How much is the Jabo?
$100 all day. The DP4, I think it's called dosing pump 4 is how I remember it. They even have 5 now.
Does that hook up to Apex I've been thinking about for Christmas? My kids asked me what I wanted. I was like, man, I could just buy myself an Apex and then the Merry Christmas.
Yeah. The BRS ones may work with it, and I know the Jabo does not.
Does not?
Yeah. It doesn't work with, it doesn't tie in and work. And the Jabo doser is kind of a pain in the ass because the control is mounted right on the top of it. So if you build a little shelf, you can't. Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah.
I just noticed K-Town has a firefish.
Has a what? Sorry.
Firefish?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Yeah.
And just to let you guys know, anything on BRS right now that BRS makes is 20% off.
Yeah, I think Marine Depot's doing the same thing too. So it's the early Black Friday. This is the time to buy stuff, guys.
Yeah, my needs are more.
Those Jabo pumps?
Which ones?
The ones that Rico bought.
Yeah, I watched that video.
He's gonna say they're like 20% off right now.
The gyre pumps?
Yeah, the gyre pumps. Yeah.
Right.
I actually found out I have more flow than I need in my tank from watching the BRS video. Which I guess that's good, right? Like.
Yep. It's better than the opposite.
But my needs are livestock, so I have to literally wait until Black Friday and then look at some of the online places.
Yep.
I gotta restock the cleanup crew, and I want to get an urchin. I decided to go against getting the starfish and just get emerald crabs, 2 more of those, and then I guess obviously the snails, the urchin. I was thinking of a conch.
Mm-hmm.
And an algae fish or algae blenny.
A blenny?
Yeah, the algae blenny.
Yeah. Yep.
Like the lawnmower blenny? That one? Or?
That one.
They call
it the same thing.
Yep. They make a starry blenny too, I think it's called. It's the same shaped fish, but he's black with little white spots on him. He's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I love my lawnmower blenny. He does such a good job.
Yeah, they're weird looking too. They're
Yeah,
cool.
but they're so active, and then all of a sudden you'll see them go sit on a rock, and they just kind of like
Chill out for.
yeah.
Mine will go and perch in the green star polyps. Just sit right up on top of them.
I just hope that. Oh yeah, I might get like a piece of coral or something. I just hope that the lawnmower blenny and the scooter. They call it a blenny, but it's actually dragonette. I just hope they get along.
Yeah, it's a dragonette, really, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it a blenny because it's technically not a blenny, and that's confusing to so many people that don't do the research.
Well, yeah, but their diets are completely different, so they should leave each other alone. One's looking for pods and one's eating algae. So it's usually when you get two fish that have the same diet, they start to worry about if there's enough to go around. That's why they fight.
I think my maroon are bonded or bonding because they're doing the dance.
Yeah.
Like,
is one larger than the other?
Yeah, there's for sure one that's getting bigger because they came in at the same size, but one kept picking on the other, and obviously it's becoming bigger.
Yeah, she gets them to submit.
Yeah. And then they do the dance. And anytime that other fish, the other clown, gets into her territory, she gets upset and chases it for a little bit and maybe nips it, and then it does the dance, and she does the dance, and I'm like, okay, I don't know when you guys are gonna be cool with like being right next to each other, if ever, but yeah. They haven't killed each other.
Is it real hard to raise fish?
What's that?
Is it real hard to get the eggs and hatch them?
Yeah, there's a whole process to it because you need to have an abundant source of food, and that's hard to filter. So you run into a problem of nutrients in the tank really quick, and the nutrients rise, and nitrates rise, and the babies die.
So I've watched a few videos on it, and they make it look so simple. I'm like, it cannot be that easy.
Yeah.
I got a pair of clownfish in my Red Sea that they lay eggs all the time.
Good night, Sherry. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, a lot of clownfish once they start doing it, they do it often. But,
my maroons every 2 weeks would put another spawn out when I had them.
Yeah, but, that's a whole nother thing to try and save them, rear them, raise them. Yeah. And how much money are you going to make, really? I see them for $5 a baby.
See, I wasn't trying to do it to make. See, I got 2 kids. That's the reason why we do this. Is for they love it.
Gotcha.
So we do it as a family. It's just me and my boys that live here. So we do it as a family thing. And my young oldest, he wants to do it, and I'm like, I don't know if we can do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
And we watch videos together. And I'm gonna let you know right now, Dave, Connor's all-time favorite, other than Rico sitting in his aquarium, he just thought that was the funniest thing in the world, someone sitting in their aquarium, is you with your laser acting like Star Wars. Because he is a Star Wars fan, okay? He can tell you anything you want to know about Star Wars. And when you had that thing, you were like, whoosh, whoosh. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, he lost it, Dave.
That's good. I try to entertain.
And then his next favorite, or his number 3 video I'd say he liked is when you had your Elos frag rack. And then when you put those in there, and he's like, I don't think that's the way it's supposed to go, Dad. I'm like, oh, watch, Connor. You just gotta. I already watched it. I was like, just keep watching. And he's like, fail.
Yeah, I wasn't having that.
Oh, he laughed, dude. So you are making little kids laugh, dude. Just let you know.
That's good. I entertained somebody. I almost drilled a Samsung phone this week.
That was an interesting video. Here's a Samsung phone, and here's a drill. Zap.
Yeah. I figured I'd get my.
Also, I'll let you know. Does anyone have the Reef link with their Radions?
Yeah, you're talking to the budget crew right now.
Yeah.
Well, I went and bought me an Alexa, okay? And Reef Dudes makes it look like it's so easy to get this to work that you can activate feed mode or turn your lights on. No, it's not. Okay, it's not easy. Just letting you guys know now. If you ever decide to try it or do it, it's not worth it because it's not easy to figure out. I still haven't figured it out.
I got a few key people in my pocket for that. If I needed to, I could reach out to them. But yeah, I don't even have an Apex, or I have my Alexa off because there's too much. I don't know. She listens to too much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I have a 32, so, and I'm not planning on upgrading till I get a bigger place. So I won't ever really need, per se, an Apex until I get a bigger tank.
Yeah, I
And then
think with O has an Apex on his kid's 20-gallon. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but O is obsessed with Apex. Though.
He is. He's all right, though.
This itch for it, okay.
Yeah. So you've got Devon, you've got Daily Reefing, you've got Business Reef Tank, and you've got Reefing with O, or the four major Apexers that come to mind. I know there's a lot of guys that do Apex, but those are the guys that just can talk and talk and talk Apex all day long.
See, I was thinking, I've looked at eCoral and I thought about eCoral because it looks so much simpler to use. Yeah. Because I don't have huge tanks that require a bunch of stuff, and it looks so simple to use. Like my son could figure out and use it, you know.
Yeah.
But like I look at Apex, you want all this different kind of language and all this. I mean, come on, really?
Yeah. But it's got a track record, you know. It's been around the longest.
Yeah.
It seems to be
it intermixes with pretty much everything.
Yeah, they've been working on it.
Hey Dave, I heard about a light that syncs to your day-night cycle.
What do you mean? You mean that it has a day-night cycle?
No, like it literally syncs up to like your lunar cycle.
The actual. Oh, I see what you're saying.
I was thinking if I upgrade my light, that would be what I'd want. I'm sure it's super expensive, and it'd take me a long time to get that, but since I'm starting with softies anyway, I figure.
Well, with lights, don't spend too much on the gadgets. You know, Wi-Fi is nice, and having a nice programmable light instead of a timer is nice, but don't get caught up in, you know, too much. If it's not a great light, don't worry about the technical side of it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Saying because you're wasting money. They have lights out that really can't grow coral, but they'll do lightning storms and things like that.
Yeah.
It's like, when do you need?
I've got an XR30, and then I got one that had, and then my Red Sea has T5s on it, and my T5s blow the radion out of the water.
Yep, T5.
I literally, there's no coral in my 29-gallon because I saw them doing nothing. And then I put the stuff I put in the other car. They just they just blow up like nothing.
Right. T5s are plug and play. They've got the right spectrum, the right par. You know.
Don't T5s get hot though?
They do. Yeah, you have to run a chiller. At least on this, I have to run a chiller on it.
Yeah, you can bring them up high. You can have a fan blowing across them. There's a lot of ways to get around it. They're not hot like metal halide.
Depends on your climate. Like if I had metal halides on mine, I don't think I'd have to have a chiller.
I'm more of a fan of LED. Personally.
What's that?
I like LED personally.
Yeah, well, LED can give you the pop, but like I'm saying, T5 out of the box, they're growing coral.
Yeah.
You know, you're not playing with it and figuring it out. In T5, if it's not enough light, run it a little longer. If it's too much light, run it a little shorter. You know what I mean? Put it up higher, put it down closer. It's just simple. The XR15s and 30s are great lights, but there's too much room for error when you start tweaking things. Like, you don't know what you're doing. You may be doing more damage than good.
Yeah, the light that I was looking at upgrading would be one that's basically on the 32 hood, but it's basically an upgraded light that can grow everything. But it costs like 200. It costs the same amount as the tank.
Yeah.
Not even kidding. Like I was like, wow, that's pretty expensive. But then again, it is a part of like it works with the system. So I don't know.
Here's what I would suggest, and it's just my suggestion because I have a cube tank. Just enjoy the cube tank. Put things in it that the cube tank can grow, but don't try to make the cube tank something it's not, because you're going to waste a lot of money on something that as soon as you have a chance to, you're going to put a bigger tank in anyway. Once you get the bug, you're going to run out of room in that cube, and you're going to have a 120, you know, and that's where you want to spend your money, on a tank that you can grow into and modify. These cubes, like you said, you can't put a decent LED on it because you can't find a good screen top for it, and you don't want your fish to jump out.
Yeah. Well, I like what I can do with it right now. I'm okay with the softies and everything. I think if you do it right, a softy tank looks pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it's not the big bang awesome tank that I see everybody else have, and to be honest, I get a little envious every once in a while. But so like envy in a way is a way of my respect for what you guys have accomplished and what I'd like to eventually accomplish.
Yeah. This hobby's not like, say you get into RC cars, you got a lot of money. You can have the best RC car tomorrow. You know what I mean? You just buy it. You can't do that with a reef tank.
No, it takes time and patience.
So
that's one thing I've started to learn so much better. Like when I first started my first tank back in April, I had my hand in that tank so scared that everything was just gonna die. And like I've taught myself, don't put my hands in the tank unless I absolutely have to do something. And
it's a small amount of water. There's not a lot of room for dilution there.
Yeah. If I do something wrong, I could kill everything, which I guess.
Yeah. But on the other hand, you could do a very big water change easy. You know, 2 5-gallon buckets, you've made a considerable water change.
True. I mean, it's easy. That's kind of why I like it, because if I make a big mistake, I can fix it.
You know, my system's well over 200 gallons, so
that would take a long time with my ROV unit.
Yeah, two, you know, a 10-gallon water change isn't really anything.
Yeah, I mean, I really do love this hobby, and I really appreciate all you that help the newbies like me. Because
I appreciate you guys too. That's all I do is sit and watch videos over and over and over and over.
Yeah, it's fun. That's the best thing to do when you first get started. My question with Satuday is, how does it play with CARX based system? I don't even know what that is. Sorry. Does it throw it off, or does it have no effect? Nobody has answered me yet.
Calcium RX? Yeah. Or would that be CAL? I think
CARX based system. I don't know. He's probably above my pay grade.
So,
Senai doesn't use either. He's talking to somebody else.
But yeah, I was thinking about getting a Recondis. I've tried a Recondis before in my 20-gallon, and it didn't fare very well. But it didn't have the light system that this tank has. I don't know. It's one of those things, like, I get that it's my choice, but I wish, like, there were a clear cut, this thing will for sure survive in your tank. I don't know.
George Coralfish 12G put it well. It's always our fault.
That's very true.
What kind of Hank on the back protein skimmer would you recommend for just a standard 29-gallon?
No, again, I've never used a hang on the back.
Oh, okay.
I've used hang on the back for my 20.
If eShops makes one, they make a nice skimmer. I can say that. I think eShops does make one.
I have a Fluval hang on the back that works pretty well.
The thing I worry about with a hang on the back skimmer is when the cup fills and you're not home, you know, what happens? It's got to go on the floor, right?
So I use the Coral Life BioCube one for skimming.
See, I got the Coral Life Super Skim, and that thing does nothing but throw bubbles out.
Right.
I mean, I get foam, but
I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them have micro bubble problems too, like you're saying.
I mean, I could definitely see
All
parts.
they say is just keep tinker with it. Just keep tinker with it. I'm like, I have been tinker this thing for like 9 months now. I'm done.
I think Reef Octopus makes a hang on the back too. But
Yeah, but it's like $280 or something.
yeah, I know. Everything costs money, and then you find out it's garbage after you get it.
And if I'm gonna spend $280, I want to guarantee this thing ain't gonna be throwing out no micro bubbles.
Oh, calcium reactor is what he was saying. Okay. I'm lost. He was talking to somebody else. I thought it was a question. I saw Senai, and I have a Senai, and I like it, but I just use it as a par meter and put it back in the box. Some people actually keep them in the tank and use them as the tank monitoring that they have and replace the slides, and I don't do that.
See, a calcium reactor scares me because I don't want to use CO2 in my house.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm tired of dosing, so eventually I'm going to buy a calcium reactor or just stop having so many acros in my tank.
So what did everybody do today?
I went to Costco.
Nice.
Couldn't find a place to park. I had to park in a different parking lot. That was fun.
I went to the bank, put some money in, and then I went to the post office and sent the phone back. And I made a video about my frag tank. And I made some water. Got some salt water mix in so I can do a big water change tomorrow.
Yeah.
The water with the water.
Speaking of which, I'm making water right now. Thanks, Dave.
Don't let it overflow.
Oh, it happens all the time.
Had that happen once.
I'm only 3/4 full. I'm good.
Yeah. Billy Pipes always goes, didn't you get a ball valve? I was like, yep, sitting on the shelf. Take me 10 minutes to drill it into the Rubbermaid, the brew can.
But I have a float here. I just have to put it in, but I don't know. Yeah.
It's a basement. It's near the furnace. If a little RO water gets on it, it's time to clean the basement floor. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
It's clean water. Throw a little soap down there, and I'm cleaning.
Yep.
Oh, I do have some news on my tank for you, Dave.
Yeah.
So, remember how you had those snails that laid eggs?
Yeah.
I did it to my tank too.
Okay.
Yeah. So
are you gonna leave them?
Probably gonna try to leave them for a month, and when they don't hatch, scrape them off, or let the snails eat them. Who knows?
I see some tiny little snails in my tank, but whatever was left, and there was probably 24 eggs on the glass, and now there were 6 today. So I just scraped them off. Because it was coralline algae. I was leaving the spot. I was like, I don't mind leaving a little, 4x4 area of glass dirty. And today I was like, yeah, I'm done with this. I scraped it right off.
I mean, it is a good sign of water parameters when they do that. So that's a positive.
Yep. I remember when I had my 32-gallon BioCube, and I had a decorator crab in it, and I brought her home, and 2 nights later, she just started spraying eggs out. If you've ever seen it, it's quite a sight. But in a 32-gallon cube, it pollutes the tank really quick.
Yeah, I could imagine.
She got up on the top of the rock structure and dropped the door down underneath her, and it was like an accordion. And every time she compressed it, it just sprayed eggs out. I had 2 clownfish in there. Thought it was Thanksgiving. They were just swimming around eating whatever was coming out of her.
I guess I could tell you one of my earliest, like, I guess mistake times. I got brine shrimp eggs from.
Yep.
Anyway, I put them in the tank, and I
That's
did.
a mistake.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I had it in a hang on the back kind of refugium, and my idea was, okay, well, I'm gonna section this off, but it didn't work that way, and it just overflowed into the tank, and I was like, oh crap. And my clown, which only had one at that time, went nuts and like ate as much as it could. But yeah, I never did that again.
Did it die?
No.
No?
Nope. That clown is like indestructible.
Yeah. All those brine shrimp cysts are very bad for your system. That's why everybody has hatcheries.
Mm.
Yeah.
It was a peculiar. I have a peculiar Oscularis. Is that the way you say it?
You had a false Percula
Oh,
Oscillaris.
maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. There are Perculas and there are Oscillaris. So you can't have both.
It's orange. I'm better with the maroon clownfish.
Right.
But yeah, it didn't die. I used it to cycle my first and second tank.
Right.
Because it was like a cheapo, like, to be quite honest, it was like a $12 fish from Petco.
Yep.
My first fish.
Maroons are mean.
Yeah,
Yep.
but ironically, it was the false peculiar that was attacking my maroon when I first put my maroon in that tank.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I know where you're going. You're going back to the 20-gallon. So that's what I did.
Well, they're territorial fish, just like cichlids or anything else. You know, they're territorial.
I can't blame them.
First one in the tank thinks he owns the tank.
Yep.
Same thing with damsels or anything.
It's kind of interesting because anytime you introduce a new fish, the queen bee, which is one of the maroon clownfish I was telling you about, literally goes and snips at the fish for a second and then leaves it alone.
Mm.
But I enjoy clownfish though. It's so interesting.
Yeah, you gotta have them. You got a saltwater tank. You gotta have a clownfish in there.
I've heard that from so many people. It's funny.
They don't do anything for your reef.
Nope.
They get a free ride though because of the Nemo movie.
I really do like the maroons though.
I want to know how many more clownfish was sold because of that movie.
Oh,
Too many.
Well, a lot of them were captured from the sea almost to extinction of the clownfish. But
I don't know
now they're in the hobby, and so
I don't agree with that to extinction.
yeah.
well, that's what they said. I'm just repeating what the documentary said.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a minute, but I know it created a lot of havoc in people asking at the pet store that their kid wanted one, so they wanted one, and they were going to walk out of the fish store with the tank, the salt, the water, and everything, and just throw the clownfish.
Threw it in. Yeah.
I don't think that.
They survive pretty well. Not gonna lie.
It's not. It's cruel to the.
It is very cruel, but I'm just saying, like,
but people are buying 5-gallon tanks or bowls even and wanting a dory just because.
Yeah, that won't work.
Yeah, because my kid wants it. It doesn't matter. Your kid wants it. I mean, some places will sell it to you and keep it moving.
It's interesting. My Petcos here are like super protective, and I can't blame them. But like, it's just interesting because I remember the first time I went to get my first clownfish, they literally asked me what size my system was. Did I have the salt? What was the salinity level?
Mm-hmm.
And for a newbie, I'm like sitting there feeling like I'm being interviewed. And I'm like, wow. for people to care this much about this hobby, it must be a pretty amazing hobby. And I've not been let down yet. So.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky all my early mistakes didn't wind up killing my fish. The only thing I've ever wound up killing was been invertebrate.
Well, I found a way to shut up the parent who wants the clownfish for the kid just because, the kid wants it and they think they can just buy it. It's like this. Does your daughter or son want a dead clownfish?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. How are you going to feel when they wake up and the clownfish is dead? Are you just going to come buy another one? These aren't goldfish,
I have a friend that got his father betta fish for his birthday. And because they know me in the Twitch stream as somebody that cares for some fish, they asked me, what does it need? I'm like, if you really care about these fish and you want them to live for a while, you first want to use $1 a gallon deal to get a 20-gallon tank, in my opinion, and then get a hang on the back filter, a heater, and some kind of light off of Amazon for cheap.
Yeah,
That's what I would suggest.
But bettas can actually pull their oxygen out of the air. They don't need it. They've been known to live and breed in puddles that are left after a rainfall.
Never mind, they're more durable than I thought.
Yeah, what do they call them? Labyrinth fish? Any freshwater people remember?
Yeah.
Something about it sounded like a labyrinth. I'm saying it wrong, but
I just know that I try my best to make sure I know what the temperature of my tanks are.
Yeah.
Feed at the same time and don't feed too much.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's algae and I don't have a cleanup crew right now, which I'm guilty of not having a great cleanup crew. I have 6 to 8 snails right now. And they're not taking care of the hair algae that's growing. The only thing I can do is pluck it off or scrub it off until I can get the cleanup crew I need.
Well, if you just scrub it off and let it float around the tank, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, it's just spreading it.
If you're plucking it out, you're actually exporting the nutrients. So you need to find a better way to export the nutrients than letting hair algae grow and plucking it out.
What would you suggest, sir?
Well, you need to find out why you have too many nutrients in such a small tank. You're either not doing good enough water change. Your water change water has too much TDS in it. You're feeding too much. You don't have enough.
That's probably it. I think I may feed too much.
Yeah.
Because I have the little scooter blenny and I don't know if I have enough copods to feed it. So I try to put a little bit more frozen mysis in so it has food that it can find.
Does he eat the frozen mysis?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I've not physically seen him do it off the floor other than one time. But
well, you got to get a good look at his belly. And if his belly is caved in, then he's not getting enough food. And if he's not eating the frozen mysis, don't offer him, don't overfeed your tank just hoping he's going to eat it.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So I guess wherever I get my cleanup crew from, I definitely, I've looked at getting the stuff from reefcleaners.org. But at the same time, I've looked at live aquaria and saltwater fish.
Right. See, the algae's growing because you have nutrients in the tank. And by just hitting it with cleanup crew, they're going to eat it. And then they're going to go to the bathroom. And then you're still going to have those nutrients in your tank. So it just becomes a cycle. So you need to find out why it's growing and try to keep pulling it out.
Roger.
And if you scrub it out and get your whole tank, dirty that way, at least catch it all in some filter floss.
That's what I try to do.
Yeah.
It's just with the 32, as you're probably extremely well aware. There's only those two parts in the panels that really let export happen. And I don't know how well that's working.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Do you test your nitrogen and your nitrates and your phosphates?
They're right where they're supposed to be. 0 and 0.
With which test kit?
API.
Yeah.
I don't have the. I wish I had more money. I only get so
Oh, I
much
understand.
allocated to me.
I think it's the nitrate test. The first color change is what, 20? It goes from 0 and then to 20.
I think it's 0, 5, 25, or 20. But I think it's
They're
25.
not that accurate. And if you're growing hair algae, you probably have higher nutrients than you think. And you may be running your lights too long.
That might be it too. How long do you guys typically? Because I tried to have like a true day-night cycle.
Oh, like you're seeing outside? Nah, that tank, I would say 8 hours of light.
So total?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start to finish.
I'll set my my timer to do that from now on.
Do you have any coral in there yet?
Not yet. I haven't decided like what I want. I really want to get zoanthids, but I'm afraid of zoanthids thanks to coral dye 12G.
If you
12G.
If you don't have any coral in there right now, so nothing's depending on light, you just have fish that you like to look at, make it 6 hours. 6 hours of light.
Okay.
And do you have the choice of blue or white?
Yes.
Just make it a lot of blue.
Okay. Just blue all day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try that for 2 weeks and then let me know how the hair algae's looking. 6 hours of blue light.
Roger that. I'll definitely do that.
Yeah.
I will be getting coral probably next week. I mean, according if like Black Friday-ish time frame. But like I said, it's so hard to choose what kind of coral I really want.
Yeah.
Diacanthus asked a question there. He says, "Did you have a bunch of inverts that died in your tank? Could it be that that's why your nutrients are high if you have a bunch of dead?"
Oh yeah.
That's true.
If a turbo snails dies in a 32-gallon tank, that's a lot of nutrients.
Yeah.
Or any snail, but I'm just saying, some of these big turbo snails, when they die, they can pollute a 50-gallon tank, no problem.
Oh yeah, the big Nerite snails too.
Yeah, I mean any snail that dies.
Yeah.
Or crab.
They stink so bad too.
Yeah. And just imagine what that's doing to that little volume of water.
Very true. I never really thought about it like that. I know I must be doing something right though, because like the algae is pretty much handled. It's just very, very small. And I just need to, like you said, probably cut down on the light and then make sure I'm for sure feeding what the tank will eat in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Also, hair algae can actually take the ammonia out of the water before it becomes nitrate and nitrite.
And that's a good thing, right?
No, that's you want your nitrogen cycle to take place.
Oh wait, that's right, because the ammonia feeds the nitrate, and then it becomes nitrite, and then it leaves the system.
Backwards, but yeah.
Nitrite to nitrate, yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, you got the idea. So if you've got hair algae growing, it can actually just be taking the ammonia out of the water, and your whole biological system gets out of funk.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very good.
So another reason, and it's good that you don't have any coral in there yet, because you can get this on track by cutting your lights back.
Yeah.
I'll definitely
fish
that
are
up.
photosynthetic.
Yeah, they are not photosynthetic. They are anti-photosynthetic in some cases. like deep sea.
Yeah.
Have you ever, like, I know you go to a lot of conventions. Has anyone actually been attempting to create systems for deep sea?
Not that I know of.
I figure those would be way too expensive for most hobbyists.
People have tried to keep deep sea coral.
How'd that work out?
Yeah, it works out. There's a lot of deep water acros that we have in the hobby.
I have one in my tank.
Those don't take too much light, do they?
No, not as much. And they're very sensitive. Usually the smoother skin acros. I just lost my Hawkins Echinata.
I assume they're way more expensive too, because of the depth you have to go to retrieve.
Yeah, but a lot of them are tank raised, so somebody already ate that expense, and then I'm just buying frags of frags from that piece that came out of the deep sea.
Yeah.
I've seen some anglerfish on some of the sites, but I'm like, I don't know, like, from what I know about anglerfish, they're deep sea fish.
No, they're on the floor bottom, but it depends, where they're collected as far as where the bottom is.
Good point.
And they'll eat anything that fits in their mouth, and they got a big ass mouth.
They have that gargantuan mouth. People talk about lionfish having a big mouth. Oh, I watched your video. In fact, I commented on your video about the fish. Yeah, that was a beautiful lavender purple fish.
Yeah, I asked the girl in there to talk me out of it, and she didn't. She almost talked me into it.
How much was it?
It's $400.
Sweet looking fish, though.
True.
Definitely a conversation piece, but I can't afford that conversation right now.
That's a beautiful fish, though. But not for any of my systems. Like my next system that I really want is Predator system, but I'm gonna need a big tank for that, like 200 gallons or more.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of hair algae in that tank. So I took the video of the purple frilly rhinopeus, and then I came home and started doing research and find out that $400 isn't a lot for that fish. I saw them for $7.99, $8.99 online, so that wasn't too bad.
That's like a cut in half price. So are they just another species of the lionfish?
Well, they're more like the anglers, I think. Because they don't really swim. I don't know if they have a good swim bladder. They tend to just kind of creep around the bottom.
Anglers are pretty interesting. I like their lure the most.
Yeah. And yes, I agree. 400 is still a lot of money.
It is still a very lot of money.
I mean, think about people who buy gem tangs and things like that. And, if you got it, great. I got a budget. I got to stick to it. And if I brought home a $400 fish and it died, it would just be like, really? Why'd I do that?
Like I told you guys, my favorite fish is a clownfish, and it is. But there's some clownfish that I want, but the price range on that is $200 to $400 for one.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's going to spend that much money, but like I said, I love it enough that I had the job that gave me enough money. It's just one of those rare morphs. Like a morph I would love to have is a lightning maroon, but instead of the white, it being yellow.
Yep.
Like that would be gorgeous to me, but
they have one of those at Ocean Gallery in a 300 deep dimension tank. There's other fish in there, but if you stick your hand in there, no matter where you're in that tank, he will be there biting you. That's a big tank. What's it, 3 foot by 6 foot? He can get right to wherever your hand comes in and bite you.
Oh, they're fast. It's kind of interesting because the false Herculia that I have will bite you.
It's 12:30, guys. I'm gonna get off.
Oh,
All right, bud.
thanks for stopping in. Anytime, buddy.
You guys have a good one.
You too.
It's, man. But yeah, I like. It's so hard to figure out what I want. Do I want a tree to start as my first coral? Do I want a recondus mushroom? Do I want a true mushroom? Do I want a zoe? Like, I don't know. What did you guys choose when you were starting in the hobby?
What were my first 4 coral? That's interesting because when I went in, buy 3 get 1 free. So you know me.
Trying to remember too. It was only 3 years ago. Well, that's 2.5 years ago.
I'd have to look at my first video, but I think I got a Stylophora because I'm stupid, which I still have.
So you weren't that stupid.
Yeah. So it's a very easy SBS. They were all in like a $10 frag tank, so I spent like $30 and I came home with 4 coral. A weird trumpet coral, a purple and green trumpet, which is a colony in my softy tank right now, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Something died. It may have been a little zoanthid patch, and I think I lost those to bryopsis. I don't remember what kind of zoanthid. And I didn't get a mushroom right away. It was one other thing, and I can't remember what it is. Hollywood Stunner. It was the Hollywood Stunner.
Really?
And I think it was what's that cactus coral that they call? Pavona. I thought it was a Pavona, but it was the Hollywood Stunner. And that thing sat and didn't grow for a year. It was just this little nub, this little round thing. And then one day,
it got out of control.
Damn, look at that thing. And that was the first one. That wasn't the one on the overflow. That was the first one that I took out, and I actually threw in another tank, and it died. But I grew it to like a salad bowl size. And I still have the dead skeleton because I was talking to Billy Pipes about. Somebody that Billy buys coral from said if you have like dead Montipora capricornis, that you can really grow zoanthids on it, on the dead skeleton. It's like a natural fertilizer. So that's what I've been trying to do. I was going to have something encrust over it, but I think I'm just going to take a nice zoanthid and put a couple polyps on it, just see if it's true.
Yeah.
And it'd be easy to frag because, you know, the Hollywood Stunner is like a potato chip, so you just snap it off where you want it.
Yeah.
Is there a good coral to put like on the sand bed?
Acans do well.
Or like softies?
They're LPS.
No,
So I could.
Yeah. Mushrooms can go in the sand as long as they're on a piece of substrate.
Yeah, you gotta. Everything kind of needs a rock. There's nothing that really just grows on the sand by itself, unless it builds a skeleton underneath itself.
Gotcha.
So that would make it LPS. So, but even acans don't do well just in the sand. They still need to be on like a little disc.
Yeah.
Or a rock.
So if it's on a little tiny rock, would it grow on the sand? Like grow over the rock and onto the sand?
Not really. They pretty much will cover the rock. So a lot of things won't go over the sand. Now, if they're plating, and they'll actually plate off of themselves, yes, then they won't. They still won't grow on the sand, but they can grow bigger than the rock.
They'll cover the sand, like when they extend, like the mushroom will, fan out over the sand, but it'll be stuck to the rock.
Gotcha.
Stylos have a tendency to kill themselves from the inside out for me. Yeah, it's a lot of the bird's nests and stylos that branch like that. Once the colony gets big, the inside of the colony doesn't get enough light or flow. I've also found that when you buy those colonies and you put them into a new tank, you can't duplicate the light and flow they were used to, and they tend to crap out too.
I wish there were a way I could, show you guys what I did with the rock, because you guys haven't seen it since.
Mm-hmm.
And if you guys could tell me like what you think would go where, that would help. Because being a newbie like I am, like what do I do? Do I take a picture of my tank and put it on Facebook into one of the groups I'm a part of and be like, hey, what's gonna go here?
Yeah, it could
Sure.
work. I mean, Instagram's good too. I mean, start making YouTube videos. You have a channel.
Yeah, I got a channel, but I'll be honest, I haven't used that since university.
No, you're using it right now. So you just go to YouTube and click the little camera, and you can just go live right from your phone and upload it to YouTube.
Yep.
True enough. Maybe I could even title it, hey, what do I put here?
Exactly.
Because I honest to God, I don't want to get coral and then put it in the tank and then it not be able to propagate or survive, because then I'd feel like I failed. But that's what I've learned from just like before I ever met you guys, is this hobby without help for me is a bunch of failing and like learning, which
Get your hair algae under control, and then what you do is you go find some frag that you like somewhere. Just buy a local. Don't order online, because you're gonna eat up a lot of your money in shipping online. Even if it's a Petco, just go and buy something on a frag plug, and see if you can snap the bottom of the frag plug off with a pair of wire cutters. So now you just have a disc. Go to the dollar store and get some super glue, gel type.
any super glue?
Any super glue that's gel type.
Okay, I have some of that by my aquarium.
Right. You put that just glue the frag plug to somewhere on the rock. And it's just easier to glue it when you take the stem off.
Gotcha.
And you should be fine.
All right. I'll do my best to make that happen, please.
Yeah, but get the algae under control. Like I said, cut your lights back. Try and figure out your feeding schedule and everything else. Because you don't want to buy a new coral and the hair algae gets on the plug and chokes it out.
I agree with that. I don't want that to happen. I'd feel worse than I do now about having the hair algae, which, I mean, it's not like a whole lot, but it's how do I put it? Like, basically, in a few places, my rock is a little fuzzy.
Yeah. It's not what happens. I'm not going to say you've failed because you have hair algae, but just try to control it, And
at least I fixed the bubble algae.
Yep.
Sort of.
One step at a time.
Yeah, I'll probably just get the cleanup crew then and call it a day.
Yep.
Because I'll be honest, it's going to be harder once I have this hernia surgery to do much of anything with the tank.
Yep.
That is the hardest thing, like, because the reef tanks require, water changes and such. Like, how do you deal with that after surgery? Because I know Melv's reef had surgery, but like, it's the holidays. The significant other is probably going to go home, which I prefer that so that they can be with their family. But that leaves me here after surgery, needing to do water change.
Do it before surgery, and then, I mean, if you can get your nutrient problem under control before then, you don't have to do water changes.
Yeah.
Oh, I can tell you this much: it'll be harder for me to, do a lot of stuff. So I probably will see nutrients go down because I'm not doing much.
Yeah, just don't overfeed.
Well, like I said, no coral, and keep your lights off. At least you won't be growing algae. The fish can deal with a little bit of it. I'll be right back. I gotta do some.
Okay.
I noticed the clownfish actually pick at the algae. I didn't even know that clownfish ate algae.
They don't.
Honestly,
Are they actually picking it and eating it, or are they just kind of exploring?
it may be exploring, or maybe they're finding copepods.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because I don't like copepods are microscopic at certain points, and like I don't see them, but I see them whenever I go to change filter or that kind of thing. So I know they're in my tank somewhere. But, and if that's the case, then I can just go back to flake feed for the fish and keep it, small feeding, and the Blenny's got enough copepods in there to take care of things.
Your fish can go a few days without eating. That's not an issue. You don't have to feed them every day.
Oh, I thought that because it said I had to feed the Scooter Blenny every day, that's what I had to do. No?
Well, but he's eating pods, right?
I think so. Yeah, like I said, I don't see them per se. I just know that when I do my filter, like working on my filter or such, I see the copods or amphipods or whatever they are, like little bugs, and that's all I know.
Well, I busted up a rock that had some anemones on it, and when I was busting up the rock to get the anemones out of it, there's all kinds of copepods and amphipods that are coming out of the rock. So they're in the rock. as long as your rock is porous, they'll be in there.
Oh, my rock is super porous, I will say that much.
Yeah.
And I like the rock because it's what you're supposed to have. It started off as dry rock, but with algae and coralline algae now growing on it, it's like not dead anymore. Am I right about that?
Yep. It's got life in it.
So, I mean, at least I achieved that part.
Yeah. So, but like I said, just don't worry too much about feeding every day. Just maybe during this process of trying to get your hair algae under control, like Dave said, lower your light schedule or lessen your light schedule and try feeding a little bit less, like feed every other day.
Okay, I can definitely do that. How long do you guys keep your lights on?
Today,
Mm-hmm.
whenever I'm running, when I'm on a live stream, they run a lot longer, but I run mine start ramping up at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., no, 10 a.m., and they finish ramping at midnight.
So
but that's not
they're
full
completely
intensity
off
all
at
day.
midnight?
Yeah, but not full intensity, obviously, all day. Like it ramps up and then ramps down. So right now, it's 10:30 here. So normally my tank would be pretty blue right now, like, moonlight.
Yeah, I think mine starts ramping up at about 6:30 and hits peak at about noon. And like it has the full sunrise sunset.
Yeah.
Because I set it up to mimic real life, which apparently I overdid it. So I'll cut that in I guess half.
Yeah.
And then I'll just watch my tank when the lights are actually on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always I don't know. I guess for me, in my mind, as shallow as it is, I probably thought, and well, this is what I thought. I was like, I have a little ocean in a box. I got to recreate the ocean, which is impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Just
we
think
could,
the ocean. Think of the volume of water in the ocean compared to your tank, and think about how much light that you're still trying to provide to a little tank compared to the ocean.
good point. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've gone snorkeling, so I guess I also don't really think about how much light even the shallow reefs get, because when I try to think back, I think once you get past 5 feet in snorkeling, down,
yeah,
the light really tends to start fading. I mean, even enough so much that you can notice it's fading. So that should tell me something.
Mhm.
But,
Yeah, I mean, you could even, because you don't have any coral, you could even do complete, like, just keep your lights off for a few days, even, because
I
there's
noticed that
nothing.
kills it.
Yeah, that'll
That
kill it.
kills the hair algae.
Mhm.
Will it kill it completely though? Like all the way completely? Like to the point where I can easily export it from the system with water change?
Yeah, like it weakens it, right? So you can get in there and actually pull, when you're pulling basically the root off the rock, you're not leaving, it weakens it. So it's not as strong.
Gotcha. I mean, the only other option I have is Vibrant, and I really don't, to be honest. Just like the gentleman you had that was on earlier, like, I don't really
Craig.
trust Vibrant.
Well, I don't know. I used it. It worked perfectly fine for me, but that's just me.
I mean, I guess I could try it. Wouldn't hurt.
Didn't hurt mine.
Good night, Dicanthus.
But yeah, I mean, there's definitely things I'm always gonna have to learn from this hobby. But I appreciate having you guys here willing to talk me through understanding this, because I've tried going to my LFS, House of Tropicals, and I'm not trying to be mean, but they're always so busy, and they don't really have time to talk to you.
Yeah.
And like, it's hard to even get people to help you get fish. So the only other thing that really kind of irks me just a little bit about it is the price that they have on their frags is so expensive. Like, I can't afford it.
Yeah.
I can't afford a frag that you're wanting to sell for $40 when I can get it off like Live Aquaria for 20.
Yeah, like the shipping, yeah, like Dave said, shipping.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you pay $100 worth of fish, like it comes, like it's free shipping. But like I said, it's the $100 worth of livestock, which I do once, like I've been able to do once a month. But once I get this last fish in, I really only want to move it. I want to move it down to like $50 a month maximum for anything livestock related.
If you do it right, buying livestock shouldn't be a monthly expense. Because soon your tank will be full and you won't have to put anything else in it.
Yeah, the algae blenny will most likely be the absolute last thing I ever put in the tank as far as livestock. I'm pretty happy with what I have. The only thing that would have made me happier is if I would have gotten to have the nano, or not the nano, but the neon goby rather than the shark nose goby, because neons are 100% parasite feeders, whereas shark nose goby are more of a mix. They'll eat parasites, sure, but that's only if they're not getting other food.
I'm sorry, I missed everything you just said.
I was just saying that neon gobies are 100% parasite feeders, whereas shark nose gobies are half and half, so they have to kind of be hungry enough to eat it, but they will do that.
Right.
But other than that, I love all the other fish I have in the tank. Even the scooter blenny, which it's not much to look at, but it reminds me of a shark, and that makes me happy. So, I mean, as weird as that seems. But yeah, reefing on a budget is not always easy, but it does help teach you patience.
Yeah, you have to have reasonable budget too.
Yeah, I've broken that a few times to my significant other's not so happy state of mind. I'll be glad when, like I said, I'm not going to be trying to get like a lot more stuff for the tank. It's just the only thing I'll need is maintenance things and a piece of coral here or there.
You can't get a piece of coral locally, like from local reefers, or
I mean, I could, but like I said, I don't drive, so the easiest place for me to get to is that LFS I was telling you about, and the price tag that they put on their frags.
well, maybe they'll have a Black Friday sale.
Maybe it's just like 3 times to 4 times more expensive than it is at any place, like any place. And I'm like, dude, I don't have $45 to spend on one frag of Recondis mushroom when I can get it for $11 online.
Yeah, you got to find a better LFS to go to.
Yeah.
My LFS has a $7.99 tank, a $10.99, a $9.99 tank, $15.99, and $24.99.
I wish we had that.
And then they have other, better pieces throughout, and then they got colonies. But you could go to the $7.99 tank, buy 3, get 1 free. And this week they're on sale, I think $3.99. So I wish beginner stuff too. So
I know Petco is pretty cheap, but
Petco you do well because sometimes they mismark stuff.
But I've had negative hitchhikers on things.
Well, dip it. Dip it and inspect it.
I do have the reef dip, so I can always do that.
I don't know, here where I'm at, we have a local fish store, but they sell some fish, but there's no corals. So all corals lately I've just been getting from, I got a bunch from Devin from Reef Dudes, just local guys here that will post what they got.
Are you breaking up or is it me?
He was breaking up a little bit.
Oh, was I?
Yeah, you're getting a little garbly.
Sorry.
That's right. I just opened another window. I wanted to try and show my little blue cube.
Oh, I would love to see your blue cube.
Let me see if I can do this. I share my screen and present myself.
I've been interested in seeing your tanks for some time, especially your nano.
Oh, my nano is just starting. It has rocket. That's it.
I can't wait to see it then once it has, blossomed.
Yeah, that's it right there. I don't know if you're seeing it, if you're watching.
You're not presenting it.
Oh, I think when you're on Hangouts, you have to present your yourself. You have to choose. I don't know what's going on YouTube. I guess I could flip over there real quick and see if.
There we go. Okay.
I'm waiting for it to catch up.
Oh yeah.
It's
waiting for you still. There we go. So what is you guys' favorite fish? I know you have a lot of different fish in that tank, K-Town.
And mine's my...
Isn't that unusual blue color though? That the blue LED?
That is.
Yeah. It's almost like plastic blue.
Yeah.
That color looks a lot like what my webcam tried to make my tank look like before I found a way to fix my webcam.
Yeah, this was no filter or anything. I just brightened up my picture a little bit. That's that. It's just odd color to me. I'm sure the coral will pop in it, but we'll see what happens.
I'm sure it will.
It's like electric blue or something. Looks like one of the Instagram filters are on it.
What light is that? Oh, that's that LED light. That
Yeah,
one.
that's the
Yeah.
light they make for it. So
Yeah.
I don't. Well, I installed the Wi-Fi controller, but you kind of have to change what router you're seeing, or connect to the light instead of your router, and it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But on the controller, you can choose the different colors, and it's got like a bright white, a warm white, blue, and red. On the once I go into the app, I can blend any of those together.
Yeah.
But I haven't played with it enough to see how to ramp it up or anything, because I don't want to set a schedule, because I'm not, nothing's in there right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of playing with it.
Either one of you have an urchin?
No, I don't.
And are urchins typically like avoided if you're gonna have reef?
No. Urchins are excellent cleaners. I had 2 tuxedo urchins, which are very, very short spined, and they were good, but they get a good foothold, when they're cleaning, and they will knock frags down.
And they like coralline.
Yeah, they eat coralline. And the urchins, the tuxedo urchins, are like Velcro. So when they knock stuff down, it tends to stick to them.
See, I didn't like. I'm trying to decide if I want a short spine or a long spine. Does it matter?
Long spine is just, it's longer. If you were breeding cardinals, the babies like to hide in the spines of the long spine.
Huh, interesting.
But in a 32-gallon tank that you're going to stick your hand in, I'd probably want the short spine.
Yeah.
So will they actually attack you? Like,
No. If you bump into them, you're going to regret it. It's like
I heard they have poison.
Oh yeah, there's a toxic. They are toxic. Like a jellyfish sting or anything else. It's a venom, I guess.
But it's not so horrible that you'd have to go to the ER, right?
Yeah, it's like a bee sting. You ever get stung by a jellyfish at the ocean?
Me? No.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Different fish have different levels of, and it also depends where they get you.
I've stepped on a bee though.
Kind of the same thing.
Didn't feel very good. Felt better when you got the stinger out.
I got hit by a fox face once. That was like a bee sting. It was more annoying.
So
I got hit by a lionfish once, and I wish I was dead for about 10 minutes to the point of vomiting. So
not good.
Yeah.
I heard an enemy can really mess you up though. Is that true?
No, they're pretty mild
all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's just interesting. Like, I know a lot of things in the ocean have poisons to protect themselves. It's just knowing what has what poisons to avoid.
Where are you at, Compy? He says some of the LFSs are wallet breakers. They sure are.
Yeah.
I mean, my LFS, like that I was talking to you about, some of their prices are pretty good on certain things, but their coral, they have one tank for coral and it's not that big. So maybe that's why their prices are so high.
Aren't you down in the DC area?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you gotta talk to DC Reefer.
Okay.
Or Inappropriate Reefer. A lot of those guys down there. There's a lot of places they go to.
Because I mean, I wouldn't mind once I'm healed up going and using the train to get to DC to go to LFS. I think that would be a fun adventure, actually.
Yeah, sometimes they do little meetups down there too. So
it'd be nice to actually meet them.
Yeah, it seemed like a cool bunch of guys. I mean, I've met DC. He's come up to Palooza a few times. He's cool. And Inappropriate Reefer's been up here too.
Chimp's in the DC area.
Who?
Chimp.
Chimp, yeah. He came to Palooza too.
Yeah.
He's a big dude.
I do plan to come to Reef Palooza when it comes back to New York.
Yeah, next June.
Like, I'm actually probably not going to go to Awesome Con this year, which is a DC Comic Con kind of thing. And the only person I'm bringing is the Punisher, and I'll be honest, meh. I love the Punisher's TV show, just as far as a person, I don't really know.
Was it the Punisher from the series or the one from the movie?
The series.
Isn't he the guy from Walking Dead season 1?
Probably.
Yeah, I think it's the guy.
Oh, the
Shane, maybe his
yeah,
name.
yeah.
He's a good actor. I like him.
I mean, he's a great actor.
Parts. He's believable. Like if you hate to me, if you hate the character, then the actor's doing the job right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like wrestling. If you hate the bad guy.
Yeah. But if he's hateable, that means he's doing a good job acting. If you truly hate him.
But yeah, I think I'll save my money up and come up to Reef Palooza and meet all you wonderful people.
Oh yeah.
Because that'd be awesome.
If I'm at a table, come see me. We'll give you a frag for that tank.
I appreciate it. I'll definitely be coming. Like for me,
I'm at a table selling my frags. Okay. I'm not going to give you somebody else's frag.
Yeah.
Here, take this frag and just joint it for that dude.
Just give him a pair of Billy's glasses.
That'll make everything more worth it because I'm pretty sure by that time I'll have something to look at.
But that's what I'm saying. You could come to Palooza and you get $10 frags all day. You know, they might not be the best frags, but you know,
$10 frags beat the heck out of LFSs around here. It seems like.
Last year, Fisher Hex had a booth, and Billy was at the booth, and I had a bunch of pallies and things like that, so I gave them to Billy to sell. And you know, $10. It was like a frag plug full of pally throwers. So,
hell of a deal.
Bird's nest that we couldn't even fit in the frag cups. We had to break down the frags so they could fit in the frag cups.
I did find out one of the coral I eventually want to have when I have a bigger system. Dragon Soul.
What's my opinion on using Walmart distilled water gallon jugs for a reef tank? I think I saw a video somewhere where they were high TDS, if you mean the ones from the machine. I would get a TDS meter, even if it's like $10 one from Amazon that like Billy was using before. I'm not saying the one Billy was using was $10, but they have ones that look just like that.
I have one that looks a lot like that one.
Yeah, test a gallon. I mean, the grocery store has distilled water too. So,
I think that's what he's talking about. It's just like the gallon jugs that are up on the shelf, like distilled.
Yeah. So I guess it doesn't matter, you know, where you buy them. They're probably all bottled in the same place.
Yeah.
But supposedly they had a distilled or an RO machine where you brought your own container and it would dispense a gallon. And somebody said it was like 56 TDS, which is my tap water. So it might not have even been a machine.
You want to know what the TDS said for my tap water? I live in Baltimore, so take a guess.
No idea.
Just say it was in the red.
Well, what's the red? Because the guy in Texas is 1,300. So
yeah, about like that. I was like, good God, are they trying to kill us?
Yeah.
And I literally told my significant other I will never ever drink water out of that faucet again. Never. I'd much rather drink my RO water than that.
You could have You could have great city water and bad pipes in your place too. I've seen them, splice in a piece of pipe.
It's just, man, like if the water ever gets cut off and you turn it back on, it turns brown for a minute, and then
That's not good.
there's rust in it somewhere, right?
Yep. I replaced the pipes in this house when I moved in because there wasn't a lot of water pressure, and supposedly at the meter there was great pressure. Cut all the pipes, redid them all in copper. When I cut into the pipes, it's half inch. Was it galvanized pipe?
Galvanized, yeah, the old house, yeah.
Yeah, it was a pinhole. It was a pinhole of, for the water to travel through.
Yeah.
That's how corroded it was inside the pipe. So I redid the whole house in copper right from the meter.
But that was expensive, huh?
Why'd you use copper, Dave, instead of went up PEX?
This was
20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Could have used poly B.
Nope, just copper.
Yeah.
Sweat it with my torch.
I just find it interesting that the water from Baltimore is the same water that they make. What is the water then that it is? They literally bottle the tap water and they sell it, and people, Dasani, I think that's it. And people don't even think about it. I'm like, wow. Now that I know what I know about Baltimore water, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I know it's an old building, but still, you'd think that they would have to keep the pipes.
You never know.
So here's another question that I've never heard either one of you guys tell me, or maybe anyone else. I'm sure you guys have, but what got you guys into the hobby?
I've had fish tanks since, I don't know, I was about 10 years old. I went to my friend's house. He had a 20-gallon long. I thought it was cool. I got a 10-gallon tank. And kind of had a tank on and off since then.
Yeah, same here. So I had tanks when I was a kid.
Yep. In the 90s, I started doing saltwater. About 2 years ago is when I started reefing. I just always had predators and other things that, couldn't have coral with a dog face buffer.
Yeah.
Did you get the dog face puffer?
What's that?
You said you wanted a dog face puffer, yeah?
Oh, I had one years ago. That's why I didn't have coral. I do want the one that was at the LFS. He wants to come home with me.
Yeah, that was a sick looking fish, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all excited. You see his fins just flatten.
I'll be honest, I saw my first dog face puffer at the LFS I was telling you about. And even before then, I kind of wanted my own predator tank, but I can't have one because the size of my apartment.
Yeah, you can't have that in that tank.
Yeah, it won't survive in the tank that I have.
Yeah, he'd puff up and take all the water out.
But I will one day have that dog face puffer predator tank that I want. It's going to have to be pretty big because of what I want in it. Dog face puffer, more eel, and probably a lionfish.
Dogface was great. I remember when I got him. He was tiny. He was a baby. I said, "Oh, will he eat my shrimp and stuff?" And nah, he's too small.
Gulp.
I brought him home. He ate my decorator crab like right out of the bag. He's like, "Ooh, a crab!"
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Chopped him right up, and I was just watching. I was like, "Well, at least he won't get my long spine urchin."
Wow.
I watched him do the long spine urchin about 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
He got right up next to him and blew a stream of water under him, rolled him over on his back, and then just ate him from the bottom.
Yeah. He took him Took him a bit to figure out how to do it, but once he got it figured.
Yep. And that's all he used to do is just blow into the sand, like shoot a stream of water into the sand to just, find a microfauna or whatever. The fish was just, and when I walk in the room, he'd come and wag his tail by the tank, just like that one did. Like, you gonna feed me? It was like coming home to a puppy dog.
Yeah.
Did you start feeding them snails or?
I used to feed him shrimp. We used to buy frozen shrimp. I cut them in half. I throw them in there still frozen because he liked chewing on them. Be swimming around with a frozen shrimp in his mouth.
So I could keep a smaller puffer in my anemone tank, couldn't I? If I don't have any, I remove the snail and crab out of there.
I had a condi anemone in there with him. He never seemed to bother it. But the maroon clown lived in the condi, and it's funny because they say the condi anemones.
Yeah, they don't go well together.
They say they don't host, but now my maroon lived in that thing and protected it. And he was the boss of the tank. And there were some tough guys in that tank, but he was the boss.
Yeah.
He backed the puffer right into a corner. I had a Niger trigger. A big yellow tang was in there. Had a butterfly. Not a butterfly, but oh yeah, he was a butterfly, but he wasn't a copper band. And I had the lion in there. And it was a 120, but it was a happening tank.
Yeah. But the anemone was fine.
The anemone was fine. He didn't eat it. Not saying, they don't want to try stuff every now and then. I'm sure he tasted it. Probably just didn't like it.
Yeah.
I really want a moray eel, as like I said. And that's because this one time when I was younger, 13, 14 years old, I went to Hawaii and I got to go snorkeling. And my father, this was one of the few times my dad and I actually were getting along. And I was swimming and he saw the baby moray eel and he dives down deeper and tries to grab it, to hold it in his hand. And Mama was watching. I remember telling my dad, like, in sign language, we've got to go, and my dad saying no, and I was like, I'm out of here. So I left him. I was like, Mama comes rolling in here. I'm out of here. Like, it's over. Like, that thing does not look happy at all. And you're playing with its baby. Like, at 13 years old, I realized something playing with something else's baby and not welcome to do so, wasn't invited to do so, is probably not a good idea. Like, I don't, like, my dad said that the moray eel, like, came out and darted at him, but that's it. But I was like, I think he's underestimating what that thing did. Like, but I've always loved moray eels since because they're very beautiful.
I've never had a urge to keep an eel, ever.
I mean, they eat fish, from what I know.
Certain ones, I think, will more than others. But
did you see that big goofy fish that I just showed for a second in that video with the teeth?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
Sideways. That was a fan-tailed wrass.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I'd never seen one before.
No.
It looked more like a bass to me or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got those 2 or 3 teeth sticking out the bottom of its mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The snaggle tooth.
I asked him when I was in there yesterday, and they said he was a fan-tailed wrasse. I'd never seen a wrasse like that before.
No.
Make sure you don't buy one as a baby because that thing was about, 15 inches long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit in a 32.
Oh.
It's like that clown wrasse I had in my tank.
Yeah. I like Death Mage's dragon wrasse too. There's always one at the LFS. They're like crazy looking fish, but I hear they're trouble.
Yeah.
So I don't think either one of you told me, what is your favorite fish of like all fish?
I don't know. I'm a coral guy now. The fish just
Oh.
do a job. My favorite fish in my tank, let's see, would be my pipe fish in my softy tank, and my purple tank in the other tank, because they got personality.
Mine's my Nassau, blonde Nassau, and my, I have two, I guess, blonde Nassau and my trigger.
Yeah.
See, for me, I still love the clownfish because I feel like it has personality, but it's more of one of those like aggressive personality types. Like, if I put my hand in that tank, and I'm talking about my false peculiar, it'll attack my hand.
Oh God, is it 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. It is, Dave.
Yeah.
Getting tired over there, Dave?
No, but I know I'm gonna be tomorrow, so I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna cut it short and try and wind down.
All right.
Cut it short at 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Yeah. It's 5 hours.
But yeah, had I known what I know now about like saltwater aquariums, I would have gone with fish as my pet rather than lizards at first. I mean, maybe you can't hold the fish like you can a lizard, but fish have personality. Like I was telling you about the false peculiar. It sees me, it wants food, it realizes I'm the one that feeds it. But if I stick my hand in there, it's like, oh, this is my tank, get out of here.
And you gotta try to hand feed them.
I tried actually, it'll let me.
Yep.
Pretty awesome. Anyway, I guess I'll get off here.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. I didn't realize it was that late. I don't even know. Is anybody still watching this?
Yeah, there's still
18.
20 some.
18.
19, yeah.
Yep. It's 2 people watching and 16 people sleeping.
Yeah, yeah.
But whatever. That worked.
Exactly.
I got 50 thumbs up tonight. All right.
Right on.
Thank you very much for having me. I always appreciate it.
You're welcome, Paul.
You guys have a wonderful night. I look forward to seeing you guys again soon.
You bet. Have a good night, Paul.
Good night, buddy.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, good night,
Thank
Dwight.
you. Thanks again, sir.
Anytime. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining. And we'll see you on the next one. If not, somebody else's, I'll be here next Saturday night. I think.
If all goes well.
Saturday.
Yeah.
We're having a meetup. I want to say Ocean Gallery next Saturday.
The November meetup.
Billy Pipes will have us. Keep us posted, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.